Live streaming what?
RAMMED workshop. For our RAMMED sauna.
Yeah, we're gonna get to it. We're gonna do sampling first, though. Like, and we're gonna, of course, do our little meet and greet and our safety talk, and then go over what we're going to do this week. So grab a seat if you want. Just pull that chair over here. Time check here. Is that for me? I'm expecting a call.
I'm not expecting, but I'm getting them.
I'm gonna let you guys do this stuff. So one thing about the dogs or the animals, don't do this. We got the chickens, but we don't give them any food. We try not to. They're friendly. Other than that, also any garbage we want to have something.
Yeah, and porta potties right here.
And that's going to be cleaned out at some time today, so we just want to get them out.
And smoke back in the garbage.
Okay. All right, so we've kind of met each other, but maybe we just go around and do a little meet and greet and sort of, introduce yourself and tell us where you're from, how you heard about this stuff.
Kevin, for everybody. We can take this. Coming all the way around. Some of my buddies from Africa were telling me about it, so they sent me a little link, and from there we just got it. Yeah.
Where in Africa?
Oh,
Like Ghana or?
yeah.
Not Ghana, but
Two brothers.
Okay, yeah, there's a lot of members out there.
Yeah.
That way.
You put us on.
Okay.
Trying to get us in and get some
And you're from Dallas, Fort Worth?
Yes, sir.
You must know my sister. North Dallas.
North Dallas?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Like, there's how many people there? A couple million?
But you never know. It's a small
It's a
world.
small world, yeah. And this is your boy?
Yes, sir.
Jaden. Jaden?
Hey, what I think of him.
What do you do? Just in general? Yeah. I'm actually just working right now, trying to do some construction. Yeah. Nice place to live on. For sure.
I'm Trent, from a little tiny town right on the border of the U.S. and Manitoba. So I heard about RAMMED first through Firewall. I actually was like really pushing hard into like earth shifts and kind of alternative building, and that's what took me into hearing about Firewall. And then I was looking for kind of a more smaller version of the company and ended up getting in contact with Sifting. And then him and I emailed back and forth. I wanted to go to the course last year, but it was in Ontario.
Right.
Did you run that thing?
Yep.
Yeah, so that was like, oh, do we want to go to Ontario for a couple weeks?
It's a long drive, right?
It was a long ways.
Yeah.
I didn't want to come out by myself. I got a family. There's 6 of us, so 4 kids. And Mama, we didn't want to go that far. So this is way
To bring them all with you?
Yeah, they're all
Awesome.
lake hopping today.
Awesome.
Paddleboarding and fishing and
Nice.
having a great time here. Anyway, that's all.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
How's it going, guys? I'm Alex, coming in from east side, from Ontario, and I was actually at the workshop last year.
Yeah.
I work as an arborist and videographer, so I saw Max online. I was like, dude, I want to come learn, I want to come film, I want to come help out. So I went last year, had a great time, got a lot of good content, so I'm back for round 2 to work and to capture the whole process. So.
Yeah, Alex and I have entered into sort of a business relationship where he's my videographer and helps me with social media. I am not a computer person by any stretch of the imagination, so when we decided to go on Instagram and stuff this last year. Alex has been, kind of in charge of that. So
I think your phone gives that away.
does it?
Yeah.
my Samsung.
Yeah, it's Samsung from 1975.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, I was the last of the flip phoners, right?
Yeah.
With no video, and I'm like, when they stopped supporting it in our network, I'm like, oh. And it was, so those flip phones were built for construction guys. I could throw it against a brick wall, These things, if you drop them, they're done. $1,000 down the drain, or what's an iPhone cost these days?
I don't even know, because, yeah, about that, because you pay it off monthly, so you don't really know.
Right.
Some mortgage.
And we're doing intros, Peter. You want to introduce yourself?
Peter from Edmonton. Just curious about Rammed. Let's say it's for me. I'm trying to learn as much as I can.
And living in
El Salvador right now. So.
El Salvador.
We just watched the documentary about the Bitcoin city on El Salvador last night on
There's a
YouTube.
bunch of documentaries.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That new president,
Yeah.
he's the man.
Yeah, no, it's really good vibes there.
Yeah, he's completely changed. It went from 80% murder rate or something to like 5% in a matter of 10 years or something like that. Like, it's just,
Safest place.
yeah, it's awesome.
So, you guys all know me. Do I need to introduce myself? Or have
You do for the live stream.
Yeah. My name's Max Static. I'm a Rammed Earth professional, natural building enthusiast and designer. I got into Rammed Earth coming from in and out of the building world as a young guy coming out of the military. I want to teach myself how to build a house. So I thought the best way for me to do that was to spend a little bit of time with all of the trade guys, so kind of a bricklayer and a roofer and a framer and a concrete guy, and heating and ventilation and air conditioning. And the more I worked on residential housing and apartments with the trade guys, the more I was unhappy with the materials, like the modern engineered woods that were really starting to become prevalent then. Like so OSB, like oriented strand board, the chipboard, and MDF, medium density board, which seems to be like all cabinetry in the housing. I thought these were substandard garbage products full of glues and resins and formaldehyde. And it started with floor sheathing OSB, then it went to the sheathing on the outside of the house, then the roof, then the actual structural members. And I'm like, it can't take water, it's really susceptible to fire. And I thought, by cracky, there's got to be a better way to build. And I began exploring the natural building methods. And I did one after the other. You guys probably have seen them all: earth ships and straw bale and cob. And really settled on Rammed Earth for a number of reasons. One is, from a code standpoint, we could get that passed anywhere in the world. Engineers understood it. It's like concrete in the Canadian building code. It's covered under the soil cement section. So often when I'm talking to regulators, I won't use the term Rammed Earth, I'll say soil cement, if they've never heard of it before. And we can proctor samples, take them to the lab for strength testing. That satisfies everybody all over the world. Whereas the other methods are a little more hard to get past, right? And then just the beauty, durability, and the ease. Like, you can even build by yourself, right? Push came to shove, you could ram
James
all by
did.
yourself.
James
So that's
did.
kind of how I got into it, and that was like, I probably started about 30 years ago. And then as I was exploring all these methods, I ran into an architect in, I'm going to say it's New Mexico or Arizona, one or the other, by the name of Michael King, who was on HDTV doing Rammed Earth and Puddled Earth. And I contacted him, and he's the first guy I learned Rammed Earth from. And then eventually I wound up connecting with Clifton, who learned from Firewall. He worked for them right at the very beginning, and went out on his own. And I phoned him up one day and said, hey, how'd you like to partner up? And we did. We've been teaching and building around the world ever since. And it is a niche business. It's becoming more popular. Back when we first did it, we knew everybody on the internet and every picture. It's absolutely exploded. I can't keep up. And it's good. You can do it anywhere in the world, right? The materials are right there under your feet. So that's what we're going to be learning here. So I want to cover first site conditions and safety. So just to get us going here, I like to record the weather conditions. So this week it looks like we're going to have really good weather. So you're in the mountains, it gets cool in the evenings, and if the temperature pops up, it's going to get quite hot during the day. Luckily, we're mostly in the shade over there. So make sure you're drinking lots of water, you know. Everybody has steel toe boots, except Peter. It's okay. But
Peter
we
has steel
don't.
toes.
It's okay. Personal protective equipment in Canada and the US under OH&S here and OSHA really refers to your clothing, your steel-toed boots, safety glasses, which I have, gloves, and we don't usually wear hard hats because we're not working at height and we don't have anything over our heads. And I have ear protection for you guys if you need it. And if we're mixing and you want to wear a dust mask for the cement, I also have those. Special safety equipment, we really don't have any of. That would include things like harnesses. I guess technically the forklift counts as a piece of safety equipment. I'm not sure if we're using it today or not. We'll see. So we have 3 different machines on site, 2 of which we'll only likely be using. We have the Bobcat, which we're going to be using that attachment, which is a Terra mixer, which I cover in the material. So we're going to be mixing with that and the Bobcat, and we'll probably be using the forklift at some point. All of the backup alarms are disabled for the sake of the neighbors. So, you know, when a machine backs up, beep, 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 those have been disabled. So the rule of thumb with someone operating equipment is that if you're going to get anywhere near them, make eye contact with the operator because they can't really see behind them. And so be very aware that when that machine's moving, if you're going to go around him, make sure he sees you. And James will be the only one operating equipment. We don't have any real overhead lines to worry about here. The other real big thing is always trip and fall hazards, right? So just be careful. Sorry, this is probably our guy. Hello, Max speaking.
Don't walk backwards.
Good.
Just don't
Whereabouts
walk
are you?
backwards.
It's a good call.
Without looking, but if you're backwards, you're not looking.
There's a
that's
sign
the-
at the
that's the
there's
one
a
thing
sign
I
at the
learned.
entrance to the
yeah.
property in Rammed Earth that says the Thai Life.
There's a lot of ups and downs around here.
6282. Right, Thai Lake Shore Road North. You'll see there's like as you're coming towards it, you'll see a big like U-shaped timber frame entry to a guy's property on the left-hand side of the road, and we're on the right-hand side of the road. So when you hit that T intersection coming in, it's a right turn, right? There's as you're coming in from the highway, there's a right turn. That's the one you want to be on, and then you just follow it till you get to 6282. There's a bunch of cars parked as you enter the property. Is that where you are right now? Aluminum Peugeot.
Oh yeah, we're right across the street from that.
Right across the street from that. Yeah, right at the entrance to the property, there's a Rammed Earth sign that says the Thai Life on it. Oh, I'll send somebody down to look for you.
I gotta go get my gloves so I can walk down.
Okay, no worries. Yeah. Peter, you've anticipated me,
Yeah, Peter, you're going.
I don't know, get my gloves.
so you can nix the.
Yeah, it's all good. I should have just muted it.
It's okay. So we got Jim here. We'll get him
I'm not
introduced
too
when
worried
he
about it.
comes up. So are you planning to build an estimate there?
Nah, a chance.
No?
No. I work at the coal mine there, so
Yeah.
that
I've been there.
our boy JT is trying to shut that down.
Really?
The feds are trying to kill coal.
Right.
And whether or not that's a really great choice for power generation
But
is
a lot of that gets shipped to the U.S., right?
well, our power or the coal.
Yeah. The coal.
No, the coal all is burnt
It's
right
all,
there.
It's all burned there.
Yeah, and that's where that clean burning coal plant is, right? The only one in Canada currently. Carbon sequestration or whatever they call it. But
Back for a while, I was a radiographer, if you know what that is.
I don't have a clue.
Those are the X-ray trucks that come and test metal.
Okay.
And I was at that
Like
mine.
welds and whatnot. Right?
Yeah,
Okay,
welds
yeah.
and stuff, and metal stress testing. I was down a bunch of times there.
I'm actually not. I don't hate it. But my wife and I, when I got up in the mountains, like I lived in Calgary for 10 years.
Okay. So did
Late childhood sort of. So we were in the mountains and taste and we
somewhere in this area.
well, like we've kind of been just going out further in the mountains every year, kind of vacationing, but we're still scoping out what community do we
That's what we did too. Yeah.
So this is the furthest west. We were out in Boston. It's pretty stunning.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to figure out where we want to be, and then it's decision time.
The nice thing about this stretch, and my mom's from Pincher Creek, right? So just over here, all the way to Creston, which is about an hour and a half west of here. The roads are great, right? Once you pass Preston, you're in the central Kootenays, and the roads are twisty, windy, and dangerous.
2 lanes.
But this is smooth sailing all
So
the way.
is it quite a bit more chill? Like we noticed that you get out there and you're like, oh dang, you're going around corners.
Yeah, my girlfriend hates it. She doesn't like those, 1,000-foot drops off the edge of the highway. So this stretch here to Creston, then coming back to Cranbrook and all the way up to Golden, to the Trans-Canada, that valley's really nice, and that's where you find Radium and Fairmont and Invermere. I like this area.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, we like the wide open valley, right? Having lived in the prairies most of our lives.
Yeah.
We like to be able to see.
Yeah, and you'll get that in these valleys, but and in the Kelowna valleys, not bad, but very pricey. Yeah, the rest of BC's pretty mountainous. I'm on Vancouver Island. I'm from the prairies too, but I just didn't want those 40, 50 below Saskatchewan winters anymore.
It's only a few days out too.
Yeah. But it gets like you get cool evenings and hot days. I don't know if it gets as hot as Texas up here, but we're good. So we're just waiting for them to call. I really don't have anything else. We can quickly go over the safety stuff with Jim when he gets here. But maybe what we can do is we can go gather up what we need for sampling and bring it over here. So if you guys want to give me a hand. Those 5 sticks and 5 of these. Okay, so if you grab one each of the big one and the little one with a stick, that's what we need you guys to have over there.
Just do a little one and a big one. And a stick.
5 leads to it.
You have to change the orientation somehow. You could try it. So do that.
Ooh.
Okay, now do this. Oh.
Whoa. Yeah, it doesn't work. Nope.
Orientation, rotate device back.
It doesn't like to go sidewaysy. Hello. Hi, Jim. Michelle.
Jim from Seattle.
James from here. Michelle from here.
Fantastic.
Glad you found us.
Me too. It's Google Maps. They're always like, oh yeah, look on the left side. And I was like, okay, I look there.
Or it takes you 5 properties up. Yeah.
Yeah, once I finally turned around.
He was looking the other way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it's on your left. Okay, Max. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I forgot about the time zone, and so I would have been here half an hour early.
Oh.
It's all right.
On PST.
It's all right. First day is always finding the site, right? We just kind of we'll get everybody over here, and then we can get you introduced to everyone. And, I already covered safety quickly. Good steel-toe boots. Yep. I have everything else from ear defenders, safety glasses, gloves if you want them, dust mask when we're mixing if you want it. Machinery, all the backup alarms are disabled for the sake of the neighbors. So if the machinery is operating, if a piece of machine is operating, make eye contact with the operator before you go anywhere near, so that he sees you. Okay. And then just standard trip and fall protection. And we're going to be working a little bit high in the form. So never walk backwards when you're up in the air, right? Because you'll be like that.
Makes sense.
And we all watch out for each other. We try to put the safety rails wherever we can to make it as safe as possible.
Awesome. Well, I have most of that gear myself, so
Great, yeah.
should be good.
And we don't really have any specialized equipment like ear defenders and stuff. I don't like sticking little foam things in my ears, so I actually have the 5 sets of those
Oh yeah.
that we can wear when we're ramming, because it does get a little bit loud.
Hey, how's it going? Alex. Alex, nice to meet you, Jim. Where are you coming from? We'll say Seattle. But technically the Methow Valley right now.
Okay. C-Tap.
Kevin, I seen you earlier. I was only grabbing these gloves. I was back there beating you.
No worries. Oh, what a beautiful morning.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's going to be a hot one this week, probably.
Awesome. Front layers.
Yeah, you got a layer.
Well, it's been 90s at least where I've been at. So.
Right.
How hot is it supposed to be this week?
Well, a couple weeks ago it got to 35, right?
Yeah.
Celsius.
Pretty hot.
Yeah. Well, there's a point where Fahrenheit and Celsius meet on both up and down.
I think it's between 35 and 40, isn't
Somewhere in
it?
there,
Yeah.
And that's hot. Like, and we were done by 2 o'clock. Like, it was even in the trees. We're like, oh.
The sun's piercing out here on the mountain, which is
Yeah.
Higher up in the air. And
Yeah,
no. I live in the mountains now. I was used to being in Seattle, and you know that's like sea level.
Yep.
But now, even during winter, you feel it in a way you just don't feel it down there. You're closer to it.
Yeah. That
You're
whole,
generally closer to it than I am.
Yeah, we
In
were
fact, most people.
Fahrenheit 100 and in the hundreds all week. You know,
Where are you guys from?
Texas, Seattle.
Oh, Seattle.
yeah, I get sort of the same weather you do around Vancouver Island. So, you know, that whole channel in Puget Sound where you are, it's kind of the same weather.
Say what you see.
Yep. So let's go over what we're going to do today.
Can you
so
check
it's always nice to start with mixing,
somewhere away
because
from
we're
here?
doing a lot of it, and this is where the repetition of this sampling process, which we're going to do a couple today, and when you get back, this is how you master mixing. And you're going to see today how I mix. We call what we're doing the bulletproof mix, so we can get this combination of materials anywhere on Earth from a quarry. That makes your life very simple. Quarries are usually quite local. You can, of course, mine the materials from your own site, that's a little more time consuming, and I use a couple of pieces of pressure equipment. We don't really cover that. We're covering stabilized rammed earth, the addition of cement, with things we can pull easily from the quarry. And you'll see that with the manual we give you, it's designed, other than the tampers and the bobcat, to go to your local hardware store like Home Depot and get everything you need, right? And also the forming system is designed for custom work, not production line building where you, like if you're a builder, you want to build 50 houses a year, that's a different forming system. This is more of a custom forming system designed for people who maybe only want to build one house or really want to do high-end work, right? So that's what we're going to do today. Alex, oh, here we go. So these little sample boxes are designed to carry our sample mix, and this is a sample mix we use over and over again for practice. And when you're practicing, you want to practice maybe with different colors of cement, white and gray, different colors of pigment, and you can get samples from your local pigment supplier and practice on your own, and that really gets you. It won't take you long to master an equal. So all natural building systems are fairly simple to learn. It's the tricks of the trade thing that we can give you beyond that, learning the basics. If this confuses our American friends, the imperial measurements, we also have them the metric measurements, we also have them in imperial. But I use Pyrex measuring cups, right? Because they're tough and they don't, I can wash them and you can still see the measurements, and metal measuring spoons which have both imperial and metric measurements. But we're going to use metric, and you'll see as Canada and the US are kind of have this interesting relationship where we're each other's best trading partners, and we use both measuring systems because most everything we get shipped from the US is in imperial, and we use metric, so we do both up here. And it's not that hard to learn, and it's really easy to measure with the metric stuff, but of course you can do it with imperial. So this bulletproof mix, it consists of 3/4 minus road base. Okay, so this is available just about everywhere in the world. It's used on all roads underneath asphalt. And what the 3/4 minus means is that the large stones or aggregate within the mix are 3/4 of an inch or less, give or take, right? And then we use 2/3 of that with 1/3 of coarse medium wash sand, which you see in the pile over there. So the idea in a cement or a rammed earth mix is that all the material is broken, not rounded like pea gravel. And what that does is it allows the materials to bond with each other like this with the addition of cement, pressure, and water. Sort of like the top of a railroad track, if you've ever seen it. Those railroads are always built up like this, and the tracks run and they have this rock up there, and the train rumbles by and the rock doesn't fall off because it's a big broken rock that sort of locks itself together. And that's what we're after. That provides strength for the wall. It's not that you can't use pea gravel, you just won't get as strong a wall. So we're always looking for the broken gravel. And you can go to your local quarry. Here the local quarry is quite small, so they weren't able to mix the two materials for us, but it's always nice if they'll mix them for you, then you're only dealing with one pile. Within 3/4 minus road bases all over the world, you're going to find varying degrees of clay. Clay is the enemy of the concrete man, but it's our friend, and there's a couple of reasons for that. So we look for anywhere from 0 to 15% total clay. We're usually between 0 and 7, just because very often the road bases don't have any clay in them from the quarry. And you can add your own clay. And what the addition of clay does, cement sticks to clay very well, so does pigment. It doesn't stick to rock very well. So you'll get a better mix, and we also get a finer finish on the wall, right? So we're not after the same goal with rammed earth that we are with concrete. It's a bit of a different mixture, right? So we're hoping for a really nice finish. That's what we're known for. One of the things we're known for around the world in rammed earth is the really nice finishes on our walls. We're going to teach you that method. That method requires you to work more by hand Whereas the production builders, they can get some pretty good finishes, but never kind of the way we get it, because they're attempting to move faster. Right? So we're going to teach you that. We're going to play with some color today as well. So we're going to do our first mix just to teach you mixing with no color in the bigger form, and we're going to mix a big batch. Then we're going to move to the smaller forms, which are 6 by 6 by 1.5 inches, which you should be able to take home with you by the time they harden at the end of the week. You should be able to slip it in your bag or your car and take a sample home with you. But for a house, if we're building a house, we'll often do anywhere between 20 and 180 samples, depending on what the client is after in terms of color and composition of the material. We will slightly adjust cement content sometimes and change cement colors from gray to white, depending on what sort of color we're trying to achieve. And we have here a lot of what's known as glacial till in the mountains, and that's that kind of gray, dusty material you see everywhere on the roads. And the base colors of the sand and clay here are kind of yellowy gray, right? But you may be in an area where the clay is red or brown, or that can affect the color. So this is why color sampling is really nice to do a lot. And you're able to take those color samples and set them out in different lighting conditions. So for the sun, in the shade, at night with light shining on it, and really get a feel for what colors that you personally may want to use. And of course, I'm providing lots of pictures. Often those pictures don't have the color named in them, but I usually know what they are. Your pigment suppliers, up here we use Interstar and Davis Colors. Most of these pigment companies are getting their pigments from the same wholesale sources overseas, and then they package them under their individual names. In the East Coast in Chicago, there's a company called Solomon Colors. I'm not sure on the West Coast and down south, but you'll be able to find your local concrete supply company or any concrete contractor can tell you where to get pigment. Now, there's a couple of important things about pigment. One is we use powder pigment, okay? There's been a shift in the industry of concrete, and they use pellets now because it mixes better in their wet mix. We can't use that. I think there's some guys that are diluting that and putting it in a liquid form and spraying it on their amber, but we still stick to the powder pigments. They're nice and easy to work with, but they don't really keep them in stock anymore, so you have to order it. So you need a little lead time with your pigment. The type of cement we use up here is called Type 10, generally this is Portland cement. That's available all over the world, and it comes in both white and gray. So cement easy. Up here it's 88-pound bags, which is, Peter, what, 40 kilograms? I don't like lugging around 88-pound bags of cement now. We can also get half that weight, but if you're buying in bulk. And then the last really important thing to note about cement and pigment is they do not, any moisture that gets on them is going to harden them when they're done. Their usefulness. So we are always well aware of keeping our cement and our pigment as dry as possible, and also keeping our sand and 3/4 liners dry. So we're mixing this dry and then adding the water we need to activate the cement and get the correct mixture that we want. That's why we can't, we do everything by volume. It's volumetric measuring. We can't do by weight because we never know, like that pile at 10% moisture is going to weigh more than at 0%, and at 20% it's going to weigh more. So plus, who has a scale that big, right? So we do everything by volume, and it makes it really simple. And probably your material supplier is going to deliver by the yard or the meter, and so you'll see the conversions as we go. But what we're going to do first is we're going to sift some of this base 3/4 minus down to take the big rock out, because we don't need it for the purposes of sampling. So Peter, you want to show them and sift up a couple of buckets for us? Peter's an expert almost at Rammed Earth after 2 weeks. and let's all go over there. You don't have to do this, but it just makes the mixing and sampling process a little bit easier. So what I did here is just created us a little screen. You know, you can pick up some mesh at your local hardware store. And that looks like, what would you say that, guys, is that a quarter? No, that's not a quarter inch, maybe 3/8.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll also sift some fine material when I want it. Like say I mix a batch of this and we have a feature that we really want to do a nice job on. I don't want any big rock in it, so I'll sift a bit and we'll use that there. And you'll see us do that as we're building the wall. So I like to sift about, let's get 2 buckets about 2/3. So somebody just stands here and does this, right? And then you take the rock and just throw it on James's road here because we don't want it back in our pile. So if you guys will give me, you know, 2 buckets about 2/3 of the way full, and then bring them over to our sampling area. You know, these guys are going to be for our mixing. And
No problem. Some people were saying they wanted to see the board
Oh,
more
yeah.
clear, so I don't know if you
Okay.
want to give them some
Yep.
of that.
I'm just standing doing nothing.
I know, man. Gotta get involved. I'm cool with sharing the labor. A lot of it. Yeah.
You calling that one?
Uh-huh.
what's this? That's not mine.
No. But I did catch a bit of like virgin earth with this clay in it. So if you do see any of that when we're shoveling at any time, just grab it and throw it.
Or this.
Yeah, or sticks. We don't want round sticks in the wall.
So this.
I was just trying to clean up the piles to make it, because you'll see throughout the week this gets really compacted and it's harder to shovel. So if you loosen it up with the machine, it's easier on your back.
So there's some confusion if you've never heard of this before when we say rammed earth. What we really mean is subsoils. So we don't want any organic material in the mix, right? So no topsoil, any plant matter or anything like that. We're after the subsoils of sand, silt, clay, and aggregate stone. That's it. We'll let them get that. James getting us some water, and then we're going to assemble over at our samples and get cooking.
Yeah, lots of rice. We mine it for gold. Get some more cans right here.
Haven't found any gold yet. Wanna go?
There's 2 admixtures either go on the surface or the surface tank.
You can see those, right?
Oh, really?
Those are sure telling you what to do.
Yeah, I did get close to the board, but I'll do it again for you, Cyril. You could probably take a screenshot if you wanted.
I drove up to Preston. And stayed the night there, and then left early this morning. Again, just forgot about the time change. Oh, right. I would have been here half an hour earlier. It's great. Yeah. Just
We-
like we're in mountain time now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that's on Pacific. Yeah. So like left early. I was like, this is great. Yes, I'm owning this day. Up by 6 a.m. I'll be there by 8.
We did that when we were going to look at a property.
Oh yeah.
We were here and we're going to Crescent to look at a property, and the realtor's like, "Where are you guys?" And we're like, "We're on our way. We just left Cranbrook." No, it's now. We're like, "Oh my gosh!" So you literally cross a time change right there.
over.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that wasn't too bad. But yeah, I drove over yesterday. It was like 5+ hours. And,
You're from Seattle, is that right?
I grew up around there. My wife lives there, but right now I'm living in Twist, Washington, which is where her dad's from, and I'm helping him design and build a house there. Yeah, I got into this because I got master's degrees in architecture. This is the next iteration. Exactly. Just finally actually getting in, like.
I think there's one over there by the Sifter.
Yeah, bring it over here, please.
Yeah. What was your name again? I'm Trent. We didn't shake hands. Jim. Yeah, me too. I'll have to ask everybody. Hey, you work.
Max, apparently I have to be close to you so people can hear what you're saying.
I caught that in the video.
Yeah.
And there's times where I fade out.
Yeah.
And people are probably like, what did he say?
I know. But it also happens when there's drilling in the background because I use a voice isolation.
Right.
So then, we do that with the barking with the dogs in the videos. Yeah. So
Have those little magnetic microphones.
yeah, those are good. I have a good microphone on my good camera, but it's only can do so much. Or if somebody's standing in between, I noticed, like if Max is there and you're here, and then the camera's here, it blocks out.
Interference.
Yeah.
Your Pyrex dishes have full measurements? Okay, then it's
No,
gonna
that's right. Torrent. Yeah. I'm out with stones and water. I like it. What's Jim?
I also need like a heater. Can you bring us over like a bucket of jam too? I really gotta go to the gentleman's.
Okay, I won't follow you.
5 minutes, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Just the various means of.
We're gonna go over and see what James is doing.
Every country has that.
With all the mountain bikers, went to the top and got great shots. Oh my God, Michelle! And so we go up to the top of the gondola
Yeah, where?
in Fernie. So
Okay.
we went up the ski mountain with all the mountain bikers in the summer here.
Yeah.
We get to the top and 2 F-18 jets flew down
Yeah,
the valley.
they flew across here
Did you
too.
see 'em?
Yeah, it scared the crap out of us.
I've never seen them here before.
Yeah.
You know, that's unusual.
Apparently they flew right over the lake. It was on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so loud. Like I looked out the window and James was like, ah, like with
And
his
we
ears.
were almost at the level they were flying. Cause
Wow.
We were up
Oh,
the
yeah.
mountain, so we kind of watched them like this.
They're so loud.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
I don't know what they were doing here. Hi, Jojo. Beautiful.
I knew you were coming.
You'll see what James is doing. What are you doing?
Just cutting the one ply for the next section of lumber.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting it prepped up so that we can pause it. I'm hearing myself talk. There we go. Yeah. Just getting this stuff prepped up and ready. We're gonna try to get it so they can ram one wall, strip it, and then we can be hopefully ramming the second wall this week, which will be the last wall, just to give them a little bit more experience with the whole process. So
So we'll go over the forming. Typically we would have them do all the forming, but I wanted to get a bit of a jump on it so they can see it, the forming twice. It's hard to show them the forming twice. So if they see it assembled and then we take it down and then we put it back up, I think it's going to stick a little bit
Yeah,
better.
yeah, because that's something that you have to do when you're building anything with it.
Yeah, the formwork, I think, like the mixing is really, everybody gets a lot of time to do that with the last two classes.
Right. But with Formwork, you're putting them up and taking them down constantly.
There's a big gap between it too, right?
Yeah.
So
Okay, I think Max is coming back. I'm going to go back over there. Thank you. Come on, Clay.
This week it's probably be pursuing like probably more that yeah, not fully yet. All right, so what we're gonna do is everybody's. I actually don't have a bucket for you two if you want to. I only got 5 of those big forms, so maybe you can help me oversee, and then you can do the color sampling with us, right?
Okay.
So we're just gonna do the larger forms. We're gonna mix a big batch for everybody. You're all gonna mix a big batch. So what I need you to do is because our base mix is separated into 2 different materials, we have to, and it's 90% of our mix, so 90% of our mix is 4,500 mils, divided 2/3, 1/3, so you're gonna need 3,000 milliliters of the sifted 3/4 minus and 1,500 milliliters of the coarse sand. So we're gonna get you all to put that each in your buckets and keep track of what you're doing. You don't, if you lose track, dump it out and start again. So that's 1,000 milliliters, right? So 3 of these of 3/4 minus, and the sand is right here. 1,500 milliliters of that. Start with that. Get each of you get that in your buckets, and then we're going to add cement. Okay. Slide this side away so you guys can get in there. Yeah, do you want to get a bag for us? I'll come with you. You can crack a bag in half and actually put it in a bucket.
No, these two are
Is there?
no, this is the same right here.
If there isn't. Okay, so we can take a bag, open it the regular way like this, and actually put the dirty bag and just fill it full of cement. One of these buckets will do. We have smaller batches we're mixing this go around, so
We can use this one looks like a cement bucket.
yeah. Yeah, about probably 500, 2/3 full is good. Well, typically we crack it in the middle. So if you actually lay it on the ground, I'll just lay it flat on the ground. Yeah. I'll be right with you guys. I just got to prepare our cement.
Michelle, what are the dogs' names?
This is Bobby.
Bobby?
Yeah, and this is Clyde. So like Bonnie and Clyde. And then Jojo was a second. We got her before.
Yeah, Lucy just runs in and I'm walking around the other one.
Bring it over. Yeah, you can take one of the plastic scoops. We have 4, so who's all here? Dave, Kevin, Trent, you got one done? Jim? Got one done? That's 4. I guess Peter can do what Goofy wants.
Is that you want to do?
His pocket floor? Just like a baker, we're mixing up a batch.
Seems slightly less precise than baking.
Slightly less.
Depends how you bake. I don't measure anything in baking, although you're supposed to. It's one thing you're supposed to, apparently.
It's true. More of a science than an art.
Mm-hmm.
A splash of this, a dash of that.
Add a little paprika. I hope that helps.
Remember my brother making cookies the other night?
Yeah.
It's like, ugh.
Yeah, bat wings and whatever else you got going in it. We're just waiting for Peter to bring our cement over.
So, roughly, what's the percentage of water that gets out? Because I know it's like to the touch and all that.
It's around 10%, but you're going to learn this by vision and touch, and that's really the best way to learn. We could try and attempt to do volume measurements, but we don't know what the moisture content of our material is, right? We want to keep that as dry as possible. But if you're the production builders, when they mix on a big scale, they're using different types of machinery and maybe they can measure. But we're custom building here, and we're going to teach you the way we do it, which is by sight and by touch.
Oh, definitely. No, I'm just thinking like as I'm doing like calculations, like planning ahead, stuff like that. That makes perfect
But
sense.
it's roughly 10% volume, 10% moisture content by volume or weight. No, it'll be weight. It'll be 10% moisture content by weight, but we don't measure by weight. But that's about what it is, right? Okay, so now we have these two materials in, right? Which is 90% of our mix. We're not adding any color this time, so we need 10% cement, which is 500 milliliters. And whenever you're mixing sample batches, and we'll also use the same mix for our highlight lines, which we'll be doing later. Cement, you don't want to breathe it in, right? So, and you want to spread it as much as you can, bang. So I'll get my cup in low and I'll put my 500 milliliters in, just make sure it's not poofing out. So you can each take your bucket and put 500 milliliters of cement in. Yeah, that one's 500 right at the top, right?
Yeah. Same with this one. So.
Peter, I actually have a bucket for you here, and we put your stuff in, so you want to do one? Yeah. And like I said, this is where you'll perfect mixing, is in the sampling. The more sampling you do, the better you'll be at mixing. But you're going to see this week, you're going to pick it up really quick, and we're going to be doing it over and over again in our wall. machine. Those boots look brand new. Did you get them here?
No, a while ago I did. 2 weeks before.
Yeah. So you get cement in there, cement there, cement. Peter gets some use of cement. Peter's done this already a whole bunch of times. He's almost become a master mixer after 2 weeks, you know.
Is it easier if you mix as you add the different ingredients? Like I didn't mix up my sand and my gravel at the same time.
You can. Like I said, the material can be delivered in 2 piles, sometimes 3 if you're going to add clay separately. Sometimes the quarry mixes it for you, but it's okay. Like say when we do a pad mix with the Bobcat, we'll put the 3/4 down, the sand down, the cement on top, and then the color, and then we'll just start mixing. So really, this is a fine way to do it. You don't have to mix them individually. It takes more time to do that. So when you've got it in, I'm going to show you the method for just mixing these little sample batches up. So what I do is I take the lid and I just set it on top. You know, if you actually close it, it's hard to get off, right? And we don't need to. We're just preventing the dust from coming out and our material from bouncing out. And we use this little, there's a couple ways to agitate this mix. One is on the ground, short, tricky motions like that. Easy on the back, right? Spin it at 90. I'll also do what we call the washing machine mix, is where even with the lid loose, I can tip it to whichever my dominant hand is. I'm right-handed, and I'll get that in the crook of my elbow, like that. A little harder on the back though, right? And the last way to mix this is to set it here, and now you can watch it. And another washing machine mix, you can sort of roll like that. And also you can use your hand to mix, right? And if you don't want to touch it, if you want gloves, let me know. So you want to mix that good dry like this and get everything all mixed up good. So this one needs some more mixing. So if you all want to practice that, get your dry materials, and you'll see when they're all mixed, it'll look like one solid color. You got to get it in the crook of your arm if you want to do it that way, like I did. So, yeah, like, so if you grab it like that, and you just tip it into your elbow, right? Then you can do this and the lid won't fly off. Just for the record, Home Depot is not a sponsor of us. So we're giving them a lot of free advertising, but you can get your buckets from any supplier. These are 20-liter buckets or 5 gallons. And you'll learn about a lot of tools that 20 liters is actually this ring right here, right? And I think that's 18 and 16. So they actually are measuring, not only do they provide reinforcement, but they're showing you that this isn't 20 liters, this is. The Rona buckets actually have the measurements on them. I think it's Rona that. So when you're good and mixed, let me have a look. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So now we're gonna add our 10% moisture. And I'm gonna help you guys on the first one, and then I'm gonna let you go on the second one when we do color. Because that's how simple it is. And the best way to learn is for me to show you once and then have you guys do it on your own. So if you set your buckets right in front of me again. And before we get too further along, you're going to take my Sharpie and either on the top or the side of the form, put your initials so you know which one is yours. What's that?
You cheated.
You know?
Play the game. The last guy's name was Kevin.
Did you get it one from Kevin the last. Yeah. Lucky.
Yeah.
And mark both the forms because we're going to be doing both. Right? Okay. So this will just keep you know, you'll know exactly which one you rammed in when we pull it. It's not for there's no exam or anything. This is mastery learning. So you're going to learn this where I didn't do my job. But you can, when you go home, you can tell your wives and girlfriends you got an A+.
Yeah, there's no fails.
There's no fail.
Yeah.
There's, what did Yoda say? There is no try. Do or do not.
There's only, yeah.
And,
Although
and-
I disagree with Yoda on so many things.
sure, yeah.
Like every doing begins with an attempt.
That's right. So what we also say is like failure is part of the learning process. Like they taught us in school that failure is bad, but anything you become good at, you're going to fail at procedurally along the way. So don't worry if we make a mistake. And actually the material itself is very forgiving. There's very few times, we've never had to push a wall over, but we've certainly thrown away lots of batches. As we're mixing, if we get it too wet or too dry, we'll just chuck a batch rather than try and put it in our wall. And the same is true of sampling. This is where we're going to learn what's good, what's bad, what's too dry, what's too wet. It has to be wet enough to activate the cement, okay, that's in it. And the cement in this case makes rammed earth, but in this case it makes concrete, right? And they're both forms of soil cement. So I'm going to go along and give you water, and you're going to do exactly the same process. And we're going to add it in little bits, right? So that we don't get it too wet. So I'm going to give you guys a little bit of water. You're going to mix it. We're going to see what the consistency is. Then if we have to add more water, we'll add just little bits and mix until we get where we want to be. So there's our water. Ah, yes. And we have a, please pass me one of the measuring cups. There we go. We'll use this one. And so when I give you some water, just go ahead with the lid on, same mixing procedure. You're gonna have to agitate the plate a bit. So Kevin, let's have a look at this for a second. So you can see it's coming up in chunks, so you got to get in there sometimes. You can do this. It might, if it's clumping up on you, you got to get in there with your hand and spread that moisture. But really, you got to really agitate it, right? So see how it's starting to get those clumps out and really mix that moisture in. Whoops. So I'll bust it up. I gave you guys quite a bit of water on the first go, and then if it's clumping on the bottom, which it isn't right now,
I normally put my hand.
so break all the big chunkies up. It's a little easier to get that water distributed with the spray nozzle and hose. That's getting a pretty good mix. So those chunks in there, you want to bust up with your hand, get it rolling good. We're getting there. It's a little harder to mix by hand. You're getting pretty close. Where's my water? See how, you can also see if some's drier or wetter, you can see it. mix again. I'm gonna try and slow down and spread it a little bit. Okay, go ahead. Okay, let's see. So I'm just going to show you guys, take 1 second here. So Peters is ready to go. That's kind of what it looks like visually. If it starts to glisten, too much water. So that's what we're trying to avoid. But here, we've got a nice sort of wet sand consistency, so that's what we're after. So keep mixing. If we need to add water, we will. That ground agitation really helps. So let's see. I think we're a little on the dry side. Yeah, we need just a little bit more for yours. Yeah, you're the one on the dry side. Yep. Believe it or not, that little bit will change it when you mix it good. And I'm going to show you guys what I'm doing here right away. That's pretty close. I'm going to give you just a little bit more. Okay, go ahead. The last mix probably for there. Yeah, yours is really rocky. You can still get a good mix out of it though. So we're going to add just a bit more water for you. There you go, mix it up. That should be good. And let's check yours, Jim. Ooh, I think we're close. Yeah, I'd say that's sufficient. Okay, so you can just set your lid on it for now. And once everybody's done, we're going to go to the next step. The little crumbles don't matter as long as you're getting 2 to 3 big chunks. Mix it up good. When I put that little bit of water in, you really got to mix the whole thing to distribute the water.
Just the boot, you do too big of a filter, it'll just crumble and you see light.
Yeah, I think you're good. You're good. I think you're probably good. You're good. Let's have a look. You've got a lot of stone in his, but that's okay. We're going to see you can still produce a nice wall with more stone than we call for. And that is terribly going on. Did you put any sand in this?
Yeah.
Why is your mix so different?
I was hoping it would be someone else's that was different.
But it's okay. I think it's just heavy on the aggregate side. I think we can ram with that. Okay, so I'm gonna grab Kevin's here and show you guys what I'm doing. So we can see that we don't have glistening material, and you'll notice that when you add water, you'll notice what a glisten is. It starts to shine, right? That's way too wet. It's not structurally a problem, but it is a finish problem, right? It's going to smudge in our walls. It's going to be a little more like ramming mud than it is earth. And just find out that we've got the proper consistency and the correct amount of moisture is we do what's called a snowball test. We do this all the time. We're going to do it over and over and over. And so you make a snowball of material, squish it. Doesn't have to be super hard. And then your hand's in the cup position. You want to bring it flat and open and gently poke that material. What we're looking for is it to break into 2 to 3 big chunks like that, regardless of the little bit of crumblies. And we know that that's a really nice consistency for ramming, that we're in the neighborhood of 10% moisture by in our mix. And then now what you're going to do is, having that correct mixture, is you're going to take your larger sample box. And this mix, these sample boxes are designed to hold an entire sample mix right to the top. And you put 2 to 3 inches of material in. Okay, I'm going to do the first one for, whose do I have? I've got your bucket, so I'll take Kevin's sample for him. And just with your hand, you can put roughly 2 to 3 inches of material in, okay? And you're gonna ram your first lift of material to create your first layer. And then you're gonna, you can do that. And we're not gonna worry about how we do it in the wall. This is a sample. Samples are a bit different than the wall. And you're just gonna first do a gentle tap all the way around like that. And then you're gonna increase the pressure. It actually requires, it's surprising how little pressure it requires to ram this correctly. And there's a tendency to wanna over ram it. And when you over ram, when you over compress the material, you'll push moisture to the sides of the wall from the material, and it'll create a smudging effect. Now, smudging isn't, some people like that look, but I prefer not to have it. So I've got it flat. Now I can increase pressure. Should have used the 2x4s for this one. Now, when you get this rammed earth correctly tamped, and in the wall with the pneumatic tamper, it's 2 to 3 passes is all it requires with that machine. The rammed earth is going to sing, or it's going to ring when it gets the correct hardness, whether you're hitting it with wood or with metal. So if we get it there, harder to get it with wood. Maybe it's because of where it's sitting. I can hear it just about ringing. I don't want to over tamp these samples though, but you'll hear a ringing as we do the other samples and we get in the wall. It's more easy to detect. It's harder to detect in here. Peter, do we have the hand tappers over here? No, they're way over there. Okay, so you can see what I've done here, right? I really didn't hammer that thing hard at all. There's 2 to 3 inches in here. You could tap an entire house with, some 2x4s going no bigger than 3-inch lifts. We're getting somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 40% compression, but we want to be right about that 25 to 30 range. Over tamping will produce 40%. Still produces a strong wall, but not the look I'm going for personally. So go ahead, put your layers in, tap them until your bucket's empty. You could grab one, and then we could show them what ringing is, right? I think they're over by the wall. Yeah, and you can either fill it by hand or dump it in.
You said 2 to 3 inches in there?
Yeah, 2 to 3 inches. Anything more than that's hard to tamp by hand. So I can hear yours ringing, Jim.
Yeah.
Right? You hear that?
Yep.
So you're good.
Perfect.
Next layer.
Yeah. It's like it's compressed enough to where all the sounds like just
Yeah, and
now,
if you
just
if you
goes right
press
in.
on that with your finger, feel how hard that is.
Yeah.
And it's not like you were hammering that. So there's a real tendency for people to want to over ram and put too much water in. We all did it. And you can ask James, me, when we first did this, we're like, really? That seems awfully dry, because we're used to concrete and stuff. And it's like it requires very little water to activate the cement.
Well, this is my second sample I've ever done, and the first one, I did something wrong. It crumbled.
So you probably didn't. How much cement did you put in? You followed our recipe?
It wasn't your recipe. Different recipe.
What was it?
It was a custom recipe. I'm playing around with other binders right now, so we can eliminate the Portland cement.
Okay.
So
Well,
it's-
get me to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah,
Okay.
awesome.
I went the whole, when I first got into natural building and was rejecting the modern world systems, I went what we call green Nazi. And I've since swung back to the middle and went, okay, what makes sense here? There's always trade-offs in any system, right? We would like to be 100% eco in everything we do. Unfortunately, we have a global supply chain that we all use that none of us would describe as sustainable, right? But what does sustainable mean? That's kind of a throwaway word. Like it conjures up ideas in my head that I guarantee are slightly different than yours, right? So from a nuanced language standpoint, we need to get a little more precise, right? So sustainable is a good thing, but I don't think the way UN does it is what we're after.
No, and then it's like once you get into life cycle analysis, there's a lot of trade-offs where you might be using something that in some ways, like the production of it produces more CO2 or whatever, but ultimately you're traveling less with it and all this other stuff.
I
So
simplified the life cycle analysis process so that because tracking a product from the point you buy it back through its life cycle can be one of the most complicated things in the world. Imagine, perhaps the most complicated life cycle tracking is something like an automobile, where there's thousands of parts coming from hundreds of factories. So what I did was, for a proper life cycle analysis for me that made it simple, was I took an LCA and I combined it with the three pillars of sustainability: social, economic, and environmental. So at every step of the way, for each element that's going into the creation of that, you're measuring the economic, social, and environmental impacts. How are the people that are creating that product treated? Are they paid well? Do they live well? That's a concern for me. So something as simple as a pencil can be the most complicated LCA tracking in the world. And I go, why would you want to spend that much time tracking? What I do is I go, okay, we know that the pencil I bought from the store, which got from a wholesaler, well, that involves transportation and buildings and all of that. Even that first step starts to get complicated to try and get a precise analysis. So what I do is I go, how many steps away are we removed from the natural world with a product, right? So this, we're only one step that comes out of the ground when we're using it. We are adding cement for the stabilized version, and the same with lumber, right? So I prefer dimensional lumber, meaning it's cut to size, a lot of times untreated. That's one step removed from a tree, right? Cut it up and you use it. To go to the next stage of engineered goods like OSB and MDF, that's very complicated. It's adding a lot of toxic products, a lot of embodied energy. So by using the earth as our building material and dimensional lumber as our other building material, that's 90% of the structure or more, right? So we've really done the best we can using nature. And the same is true of straw bale and cob and that, right? Like you're actually eliminating so many products and so much energy inputs. That's why I love this, right? And I will make the argument for cement against the best non-cement people, like the people who are rabidly against it in the world. It's not like the cement industry hasn't been active in improving its processes.
yeah,
It is a heavily energy-intensive creation process, but we're meeting them halfway, or or meeting the sustainability goal halfway by trying to create a building that lasts 500 years. Now, we see the energy inputs level out over time. I never understood how in a life cycle analysis somebody could come up with a negative number for energy inputs. That doesn't make any sense to me, right? If this lasts 100 years, we wind up at minus 20. No, you don't. You can't, that's impossible. Here's 100% of the creation, you're saying that we can get below zero? I didn't understand it. Well, we can get very close to zero. The opposite of a great use of concrete or what we would call a bad use of concrete is your average strip mall. You know, they erect this thing, it sits there for 30 or 40 years, they tear it down. Very bad use of resources, right? But you can reduce cement content with the addition of other binders, right?
Yep.
So one of them is metakaolin and clay.
Yep.
So we'll go from 10% cement down to 6 or 7 and make the rest metakaolin. But that's not always available to everybody. And I absolutely will not use fly ash.
Yeah.
It's a byproduct of the mining industry and it's toxic. Right?
Yep.
But we could use Roman cement. There's actually a company in New England producing Roman cement.
Really?
Yeah, it's super expensive. And if you know anything about Roman cement, it's not like our modern concrete, it's more like a putty. And of course the Romans didn't use reinforcement, they used arches and mass, right? So they have massive aqueduct walls and arches that are which is a great way of doing it, and they're using keyway jointing systems, right? So we're actually going to teach you keyways here and when we use them. As a purist, Jim, I don't want to use rebar and I don't want to use styrofoam. But unfortunately, I'm forced to use it in a northern climate to produce the R value or the insulative value that people are seeking here, so that post-construction energy inputs are as low as possible. Right?
Makes sense to me. And the least nice thing about rebar is most that's like recycled steel, isn't it?
Yeah, but the problem with rebar in a cementous wall or a soil cement wall is that it's already rusting when you put it in. And like a 15 millimeter rebar, these are 10 millimeter, well, powder, I believe it's anywhere from 2 to 4 or 5 times its original diameter as it degrades, creating this effect within the concrete. It blows the concrete apart.
That makes sense.
And as it's micro-cracking and doing that, saying more moisture and causing more degrade, it's why a steel bridge outlives a concrete bridge, right? And steel's ductile, cement isn't. And steel can bend and twist, and if you know anything about the San Francisco Bridge, the Golden Gate Bridge, that bridge will last a long, long time, but what are they constantly, what did they never stop doing to it?
Painting it.
Painting it, right? So you have to protect the steel from the salt water.
Have you looked at the glass rebar?
We've looked at that. We've looked at all the composite rebars. They will not use them in things like bridge construction. They don't have the lateral strength. But you could use them in a house. Yeah. Because I've never seen them use that in a bridge or anything. I've only ever seen it used in residential construction. And it is brittle. That's the problem, right? So if you've ever seen a bridge column fail, it'll sort of shift and drop, and the rebar is holding everything. So like a bridge, building codes for seismic zones are designed to have the structure not collapse on the occupant and kill them. It's not to save the house from destruction. In a big seismic event, that house is done. But what we don't want is the walls to fall over and kill the occupant, right? So that's usually the baseline for code.
I had a conversation with an engineer, and I appreciate the perspective. He's like, I don't design for a building to last forever. I design it so that when it fails, we know how it'll fail.
We know how it'll fail, and it likely won't kill the occupant. But I tell people that with a 2-foot thick rammed earth wall correctly built, if that falls over, there's nothing left. Everything else is gone too, right? sun. And we're going to open one side up and allow it to dry more quickly. Normally we don't want to do that, but in this instance, we're going to do it. We can open up one side gently, but if we opened up both sides, this has not hardened yet, it would completely crumble on you. But you're going to see tomorrow we can open them up, and that first 24 hours is where most of the hardening occurs with cement. But the entire curing process is the same as concrete, where that first 28 days is the majority of curing. But a cementitious product will continue to cure through its entire life. And if you've ever dug up, had the opportunity to drill into 100-year-old concrete that's actually been protected from moisture, it's like drilling into a diamond. It's super hard, right? So this will protect it from moisture. These walls will continue to harden throughout their life, right? And we're stabilizing against erosion.
Is there any need during like hot months and stuff to spray the
No.
stuff down?
During the, well, are you speaking of during the curing process?
Yeah, during the curing
Yeah,
process.
like so. One of the things we'll do if it's super hot or super rainy, we're going to erect a shade over top of our formwork. Once we peel the formwork off, I'll put little trusses on top of the wall with a little sunshade on it. That's going to protect the wall from water and anything during the curing process. So if it hits the side, but we don't want it running down. That can create efflorescence and staining. And then if it's super hot, I'll take a very light, one of those pump spray bottles, and I'll wet the wall to help slow the curing down. Yeah, but you'll only have to do it on the side that the sun is hitting. So you'll notice our gentle guard dog here, the Great Pyrenees, she lays behind that rammed earth wall on a hot day because she knows and if you touch the wall, the side with the sun is super hot, but the other side's nice and cool. So she's taken to having her naps there on hot days.
She spent the whole summer there.
Right. So there may be a rammed earth doghouse in the future here.
Yeah.
We'll see. So you guys are probably good, so you can take it over there. Oh, you got drills. Okay, great.
Peter's your best little sidekick.
Peter's got it down.
Yeah, he does.
So what I do is I just tip them over gently. You pull one side
Sorry,
up and just
sorry.
set it there and keep the screws on top of the board. Right? We have to account for all of our screws. We do have a magnet. One screw in the soil could be a flat tire for jams. We don't want any of that. That's part of our daily housekeeping duties, is to make sure we don't get any metal in the driving paths. There's another drill there you guys can use.
I don't know what you were talking about earlier, Max,
What's
but
that?
somebody's talking about lips and buttholes and beaver tails inside the pasta.
What?
You were talking about that?
Oh, did you get that on film?
It's in the comments.
Wait a minute, what did they say? Just read it to me.
People claim that they found lips and buttholes and beaver tails inside of pasta. So I was like, what was Max talking about when I walked away?
Today?
Just now. It's all good. I'm just,
Pass it on.
I don't
didn't-
recall speaking of pasta this morning.
No.
Was it-
No, I don't think you did.
I must have not been here. And, in college I was an English major, but I've worked in construction a lot of my life, so I speak construction. It's just lots of get her done kind of talk, it's like, I grew up around construction guys. It seems like the newer generation of people in construction are a little more enlightened than the guys I grew up around.
Nice.
Those look
Not that
great.
they were bad people.
Nice layers.
So yeah, so you can see the layering occurring, and as it dries, you're going to notice that more. And we're essentially mimicking what we call edge tamping when we create samples. So the layers are going to be pronounced. Whereas if we just put the whole thing in the wall and tamped it without edge tamping, it would sort of blend a little more, right?
that the
So here we see some small layers as opposed to maybe bigger layers. And we don't have any color in, so it's harder to notice layers, but our next color samples, you're gonna really notice the layering. And sitting in the sun, these are gonna cure a little faster. We're not so concerned about these surviving. It's just practice. And I think on Friday we'll do a rudimentary field strength test, which we call a shoulder drop test. So we're gonna take one of these samples and hold it over some concrete, and we're gonna drop it. In the same way that our sample broke into 3 pieces when we had the right moisture content, we're looking for that to either not break or break into just 2 or 3 chunks, which means we got our mix correct. If it, in 5 to 7 days when we drop tested, if that thing shatters into 1,000,000 pieces, it means we didn't get it moist enough and we did not activate the cement. Well, I think we'll be okay. And then if you were to take another one of these samples at the 2nd week, it should be harder, and the 3rd week harder, and the 4th week harder. Now for strength testing, we're going to have the sample sent to a lab for testing at 7, 14, and 28 days, just like concrete. The engineers generally call for that, and even when they don't, it lets us know exactly what our strength is in whether you're measuring in MPa or PSI, right? Up here we use MPa quite a bit, but we'll do both, and I think in the States they mostly measure in PSI, right? Pounds per square inch of force. So Canadian code requires us to hit 10 MPa. We're consistently above that with this mix all over the world, which gives peace of mind to the owner and the engineer and everybody involved, right? Now the engineering lab may call for a certain size of sample for you to create. I always ram it by hand because I know that pneumatically tamping, I'm probably going to get a harder tamp. But I can sort of, at this scale, mimic what the pneumatic tamper is going to do by hand, right? Because for this wall, we're going to be doing 8-inch lifts with about 25 to 30% compression. So it's going to go down to about 5.5 to 6 inches. And that's going to give us the hardness we want. You could do smaller lifts, but we max out at 8 inches with that pneumatic tamper because we find that we don't get the proper compression then down low if we go bigger than that. So the top would compress properly, but this down here would not. And we're just teaching the basics here, right? As you practice with yourself, you can do thicker lifts, but you have to do them somewhat differently, and we'll talk about that later. But what we're after today is just learning basic mixing and ramming for the purpose of this wall. And then, so this is good. You guys did great. I'm happy with these samples. I would be happy with this as the wall on my house, these mixes and the way they were ran. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have a little fun with color. So I'm going to get everybody to pick a color, and we're going to do exactly the same mix at half scale. So we're going to do half as much material, but we're going to add color. So get your buckets in front of you again. Now how easy was that, right? All of the navigation systems are really simple to learn. That's what makes them beautiful, and they're non-proprietary, meaning unlike, say, drywall or vinyl siding, there's not some guy that needs a patent, right? So nobody owns the patent on these systems. So, who wants chestnut? I'll just pass them out. So chestnut, soft, which is a yellow, redwood. What do we have there? That's a brown. Let's do a black. So next, black. And Peter, why don't you do, what do you want to do, gold or plum? Plum. Okay, so we're going to begin again with our base, right? So we're going to do a half batch because these are very small samples. So I've broken that down for you here. That's half of this, which means half of our 3/4 minus. So you're going to need 1,500 milliliters of that sifted and 750 milliliters of sand. Got it? Put that in your buckets, please. And like I said, if you forget where you are, just dump it out and start over. Oh, yeah.
Not anymore.
Wait, are we live? That's top secret information.
We'll blur it out.
No, so this bulletproof mix that we call it is based on the research of rammed earth professionals that came before us, and that we confirmed for ourselves that at 10% cement, this is kind of a never, if you do it right, it's a never fail, right?
Do you use the that size and all that when you have the samples tested, or is it a different formwork?
Well, sometimes they call for a 6 to 12 inch cylinder, which most concrete delivery companies carry on their stock. So like a lot of times when I'm having if I'm using concrete footings and pads, when the concrete company is delivering, I will say to them, please send along cylinders because I'm going to be testing your concrete.
Okay.
So it keeps them honest, right? If I call for 35 MPa concrete and I get 30, I know that they did that on purpose.
Yeah.
Like there's 1 or 2 MPa variants is acceptable, but when you hit 5 variants, somebody either wasn't paying attention or they're trying to skimp on material, right? So it keeps them honest. It also provides an engineering sample of the concrete for the client and the engineer, right? And regardless of whether we're in what's called an unrestricted building zone, where it's kind of the Wild West and you can do anything you want, I always have a structural engineer on the project, and hopefully he's also can do geotechnical testing, but I'll get a geotechnical engineer. So we want to know what we're building on, and then we want to know that our structure is sound. And particularly if you're one day going to resell your house, even in an unrestricted zone, those engineering tests are going to provide peace of mind to the person buying the house, right? So they know a professional looked it over. Even though I believe everyone here is capable of building a rammed earth house that will last 500 years without an engineer. Plus, if you're getting a mortgage, you're going to have to do those things, right? So.
Yeah, I think we're doing the half batch, right? Half batch for the 750. I know it's 250. Oh, 750. Yeah. I saw 250 have a lot. I know. Did you understand yet? Usually it's better to add mix the sand and the gravel together first and add the sand. Well, if you're gonna start doing it, you kind of have to rest your mix, right?
So when you guys put that in, you know how much cement are you putting in? 250. Correct. You're ahead of me. Talk about you did the master mixer there. Do you have enough materials? Where's the next part?
I'm pretty sure it's all the same. Yeah. Oh, you were doing it. I can mess it up on mine.
Now you're not likely to be using the mixing spoons on a wall because the volumes of pigment are going to be greater, but for the purpose of testing, we're going to use mixing spoons.
So the highlight lines, we'll still use it.
Yeah, and for highlight lines, in this particular wall system, the highlight lines are mixed this way.
Go ahead and mix that further.
Hang on, we'll wait for everybody, because we're all mixing the same amount, and there's a way I do it. I don't know where I set my knife.
Peter, you don't know where the knife is. Oh, sorry guys, my gimbal's all messed up here. Whoa. Okay. There we go.
So everybody get your bucket by your color. And you can put your spoon, the spoons I've put up in measuring spoons. So, pigments are iron oxide, which is a naturally occurring element in the earth. The pastel color palette is usually natural. So like the colors we have here, chestnut, buff, plum, and black. The more brilliant colors are more expensive and they tend to have additives in them. So the blue, green, and white, or silver, which is the most expensive, often tend to have toxic additives in them. I like to stay in the pastel color range. I think like Southwest Desert Red, I love the browns, the plums and stuff like that. So they're as a rule non-toxic, right? So no problem touching them. So we're going to use, this is a little more than 25 milliliters is 1%, but we're going to go with the 30 just to make the color pop a little more. And if you have your spoon here, measurements on there. So we see 1 tablespoon or 15 milliliters. We need 30 milliliters, so that's 2 of these. And how I do it is I dip my measuring spoon in there, get it nice and full, and then I level it off with a stick or a knife or something like that. And that's exactly 50 milliliters. And try and, then you can poke it and sort of spread it around in your bucket. So you need 2 50 milliliter spoonfuls of material leveled off. I only have the one knife here. That'll work, yeah. And then try not to spill it. Pigment is a bit expensive, and when you're done, cap it. And as you can see, it comes in paper bags. I move it to plastic containers to keep it dry.
We lost about 12 bags of pigment on a trip home from Calgary in a rainstorm.
Wow.
Yeah.
And how much was it? Was it bag?
Oh, it was at least $500 to $600 worth of pigment.
$500 to $600 because it wasn't tarp.
Yeah.
So Solomon Colors out of Springfield, Chicago puts their pigment in 5-gallon buckets, so it's a little bit more expensive, but
That's smart.
During the course of a project, it's fairly easy to protect it, but if I have any left over, I'll spend the money to get buckets, or even bigger buckets, and put it in to keep the moisture completely.
Yeah. Because once it's wet, it's done.
Once it's wet, it's done, yeah. Well, I mean, technically, we should be able to put it in a crusher and bring it back down to powder form.
Yeah.
So you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
I don't have a crusher.
Yeah.
Should we start mixing once we've got it in there?
Yeah, then you dry, same process, dry mix, get that all mixed in. But what you're going to notice, no matter what color you're doing, it's going to disappear. But wait till we add water. Just cap your pigment nice and tight, get it out of your way. Peter, you can go ahead. You know what to do. Yeah, we've got a small one. So when you think you've got got it good and mixed. If you're nervous about adding water, just come to me, but it's best to like put a bunch in, mix it, and continue until you hit that snowball position where you're constantly testing the material, giving it a gentle poke, like if it's breaking into 2 or 3 chunks. So where's a measuring cup for water? Yeah, this will do. So, you know, you can, there you go. And I'll just kind of watch you. And don't worry if it doesn't, if it comes out too wet, it's okay. We're all learning here. After you've done this 50 times, you'll know how wet your base is, and you'll also, I think, X amount of milliliters of water will give me what I need. We could do that here, but I want you to guys to learn that when it gets close, if you add too much water, it'll be too wet. Yeah. So we're going to see if anybody gets the glistening here. That's not good. Yeah, the wall will still be fine if it's too wet. Structurally, it'll just smudge. Water onto boil. I need to get a caffeine injection. I'll be right back.
Alrighty. Okay. All right. What the heck? Dude. Are you lost? Yeah, you shouldn't be back there in that. Okay. Hey, it's okay. Hide him, Bob. Come on. They let the cows free range back here, graze, and so he's checking the fencing, I guess. We've woken up to 50 cows in our yard. They're not easy to get out, especially when you have a tiny gate.
Mike that pillar.
Okay, yeah.
Did you see
For me to just let you go and we'll see what the result
there's
is.
a guy and then
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a brief instruction on how you might want to do this. We'll just wait for everybody to finish. We have actually quite a bit of time to do samples in a bucket, at least an hour. With the lid on,
can you just
before we're in the danger zone of where the cement's hardening and we can no longer ram it. Right? And I really had hot days. We might mix a little bit wetter because we're getting evaporation occurring at a greater rate, right? We tend to cut off construction definitely at plus 35 Celsius. We will stop because it's too hard to like it's drying so quickly, right? So on a build project, on hot days like that, we'll start at the break of dawn so that by 2 o'clock when it gets really hot, we're done our day. You've seen me up at
well, the break of dawn is later now
Right.
than when you got here.
right.
It's a little dry.
That's right. Yeah.
We're about an hour later now than we were a month ago.
He sleeps deep out here. It's quiet.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, so is everybody where they need to be? Just Trent, you're still working on
Give me
yours.
another discussion. I took it literally when you said you want to add.
Test is always key. Just
Right. Yeah,
always
you can
less is
add a little bit more.
Do we have the perfect?
Every time you add water, you got to do that complete thorough mixing again, right? So as I was telling Jim, like when you're doing these samples at home, you might actually get to where you can measure the water. You know, say X amount of milliliters is going to get you exactly where you want in these small batches. A little too wet is okay. A little too dry is not okay. We won't activate the cement and our wall will just crumble.
Which happened last week, didn't it?
Did that happen to you guys?
It happened last week. I saw a crumbled one.
Oh yeah, so
Yeah.
what happened there was at the end of sampling colors, the leftovers sat for a while, or whatever we were mixing sat for a while, and then one of the students tried to ram it, and the
Evaporate.
cement had already completed its activation process, so it didn't adhere.
Is that wasn't he using too wet of the mixes to make some molds and then just sit and cure long enough, or?
Well, the sample sat too long, right?
Yeah.
I believe that because it just fell apart when we opened it after 3 days.
If it was always sitting in the shade, it wasn't sitting in the sun like this. So
Right.
maybe I don't know. Sorry, man. So green hair.
You happy with that?
It's getting there.
Okay.
You want to give me
Good.
yours?
No, no.
Does he
I'm
have
gonna-
green?
this is for you guys. You're gonna see the result, right? You know what we're after? It's really quite simple, right?
It looks
So
so weird.
what I will say is this. So during the sampling process, you can go to just about any quarry and take these buckets with you and usually, and say, I'm doing some testing. I would like to get 5 or 6 buckets of each of those materials, the 3/4 minus and coarse sand. And a lot of quarries will just let you take that. And then you can bring them home and sample them. And, you know, same for those of you at home. We encourage you to go out and practice and try this at home, right? This is where you master mixing and ramming, is in the small scale, and also where you'll master color, right? So we almost never go higher than 2% color, and we're typically around 1. And you're going to see here that we're around 1%, and it produces brilliant colors. So you've got our little our smaller forms with plexiglass the inside, so you can kind of see what you're doing. And here you can go anywhere from a 1/2 inch to say 3 inches of material in there to ram, and use other people's colors. So we have, what color did you have? Black, chestnut, buff, which is a yellow, redwood, which is red, and plum, which is also a type of red. So some colors go well together and some don't. I will tell you that it really seems like the girls always do better at color mixing than the guys, but not always. They tend to, you know, right out of the gate have a sense of color that I don't have. I think my sense of color is pretty good now after many years, but we'll see how we do as it's all fellas this week. So we'll see how artistic and you are and how good you are at matching colors. So that's it. Pick 1 to ½ inch to 3 inches of material and use your little stick, and we're tapping exactly the same way.
And using each other's colors.
Yeah. Yep. You can, yeah.
Do you have a recommendation for like how many colors would be reasonable?
I didn't show you the samples from last week, but you could go a 1 inch of material and do like probably this is a 6 inch high form. You could get 6 colors in there. Some people got 7 or 8 layers in. And of course, when I'm color sampling, I will do all one color at different percentages. So I might do 0.5% mix of 0.75%, 1%, 1.25, 1.5, and I may change colors of cement from gray to white.
Max, if this isn't clean,
It's okay. You could try and dust it a bit with your hand, but it's not going to affect the overall look that much. And we're in an even smaller form, so you'll see it really doesn't require a lot of tapping.
Yeah, no, rather share yourself. Good stuff.
You got one.
Anywhere from 11 to 20 right now for the first day. It's not too bad. But it also goes up on our channel.
Mm-hmm.
It is indeed. I can feel that my time makes it concrete too, for sure.
Water's not going to. People that really want to do it don't experience it. But there are many who are like games. They can watch this.
Well, it's definitely an untapped market on YouTube, I can tell you that much.
Oh yeah.
And
So
I
like
always say niche out, so
Our-
niche.
our most watched videos have been made by somebody else
Yeah.
of our work, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like I think the most views we have is, what is it? It's a lot. You know, it's in the hundreds of thousands on one on the Gabriel Island one.
That was like
Something
time
like
lapse.
that. What's that?
Time lapse.
Oh yeah, that one. Yeah,
Yeah.
we watched that one. Yeah,
It's just so like satisfying to see the reveal, right?
it's so sad.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, there's the one where Clifton's the guy being interviewed,
Yeah.
and that's got a lot of views.
Oh, I should watch that one. Right?
Yeah, I'll send you the
I
link.
need to have a visual of it.
Right. And of course, we each explain it in a different way,
Yeah.
but the process is always the same.
It
Rinse
is.
and repeat.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh, that's looking nice.
Yeah, and no need to rush here. We've got at least 45 minutes we can play with this material. So can you hear it, Jaden, kind of ringing a bit when you get it hard? Yeah. I absolutely love the simplicity of this building system and the end result durability of the walls and the longevity of them. So we're producing a waterproof, fireproof, mold-proof, bug-proof, and earthquake-resistant wall when we're finished. And here in British Columbia, where we've been experiencing unbelievable amount of wildfires in the last 5 years, homes that are built of wood that have asphalt shingle roofs are not surviving. But stone, brick, and rammed earth houses with a more durable roofing material should be able to survive a fire.
I don't know. That's my color. I know what you're saying. I don't think it should. Well, you can have black to start there.
Hey Peter,
Yeah.
you might want to grab your little pyramid form for the leftovers.
Oh. Yeah. He's gonna be enough. Think there'll be enough?
Well, we'll have some left over.
We didn't finish repairing. We didn't finish repairing. It should be better than it was.
Yeah.
Try to seal the holes better.
So remember, you don't need to tap much, right? So did you notice how when we went from our dry mix, it looked like there was no color in those mixes, and then as soon as you added water, the color began to pop. And you're really going to notice it in your forms at 1%. It really doesn't require a lot of pigment, and pigment is in a house quite an expensive cost. It can be anywhere from $5,000 to $50,000 of pigment, but one way to justify the cost of that is we're not using drywall, tape, paint, or exterior finish, so we're eliminating all of those costs and putting that into our pigment. The builders in places like Australia that tend to not use a lot of pigment are trying to compete with the block builders on a per cubic foot cost, so they tend to, a lot of them don't want to add color because it increases the cost of the home. And their rammed earth still looks pretty nice.
Oh, we have somebody watching from France.
In France, we call it pisse de terre. Lots of rammed earth in France and Europe, going way back, and that's the non-stabilized version. So what we see with the non-stabilized version of rammed earth is we want a really dry foundation, and we want very deep overhangs on the roof to protect the walls from the rain and snow and erosion. So the tendency in modern design is to tend to build things that look like a box, and that's not really good for any type of rammed earth, in my opinion, except in super dry climates where they don't get a lot of rain. So I'm constantly looking for a veranda on my structure, either in the Northern European style where it's a peaked roof, or in the Mediterranean style where the veranda is more like a Spanish hacienda, right, where the veranda is covered but it's a flat roof. So we want to protect these walls over the long term from erosion. That's why we use the addition of, it's one reason we add cement.
Well, that's looking good, Peter.
Maybe.
Ah.
And I would also say that the French Polymer Institute is leading the world in research into polymers, geopolymers.
Is that Davidovitz or something?
Well, there's Pater, and then I forget what the name of the institute is off the top of my head, but they're really at the forefront of geopolymers.
That's where Gardner trained.
Right.
He's telling me about that, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're in France, you've got an advantage over the rest of us in terms of researching geopolymers, things like cements and other things that are hardening agents.
Somebody was watching from Spain and they're gotta go now, but they'll watch it later.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Adios.
Well, I guess it would be.
I'm open to an invitation to come to France or Spain. Parlez-vous français?
Ooh.
My French, we all learn it here in school, but comme ci, comme ça.
Yeah, same. Bonjour.
Once you leave school,
That's how it is for English over in France.
right.
Really?
Yeah.
Uh,
I was
My sister
English
spent
teaching assistant.
10 years in Paris and speaks perfect Parisian French, right?
That's
I think Italian would be if I was going to choose. I spoke Spanish when I lived in Mexico, but I lost it when I came back.
Esperanto?
Yeah. I would love to learn Italian.
Well, I just passed my 1,000 days of doing Duolingo.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What's, I'm sorry, what's
So Duolingo's a free app.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you can learn all sorts of languages on it. I spent a year doing Portuguese, year and a half.
Well, you got a long way to bend down.
Now I'm working on Japanese.
So out of the Romance languages into the Asian languages.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Because once you start getting enough of a feel for the various Romance languages, it just they start making more sense. Like, it makes a little more sense to me because I understand some of them.
I can order beer in multiple languages, and actually the Japanese way is my favorite. Well, there's two ways. I think the way I know is kind of the samurai way, which is I think it goes "Sumasan obiro kudasai."
That sounds very direct.
A beer, please. Yeah, excuse me.
Yeah, that's less polite. Like I understand, right? I learned it from my friend. There's a polite way, and then there's that's kind of more. My understanding is bring me a beer right now. That may not be a direct translation. Okay, so when you're done, we're going to go over and do the same thing that we did with those. We're going to lean them on the board, so we can maybe slide those together, and then lean these ones and open one side up, but be very gentle with the sample because it's still very fragile.
Clyde, where are you going? Clyde.
Did everybody bring a lunch with them? Yep. If you didn't, I'll let you know where you can get food down at Formwork. And we of course want to keep these out of the rain. So at the end of the day, we'll move them under cover. So if it happens to rain tonight, they're not going to be soaked.
Nicely done.
Oh, yeah, right.
Oh wow, that looks great.
Yeah, when I was working in Toronto, all the crane operators back in the UC guys, and there was a shortage of them, so if you wanted to get the lifts you'd actually paid for, you'd have to slip them a bottle.
One a day, or
Just to make sure that they'd stick around it.
Oh,
But
yeah.
they were so busy and wanted in so many places, the multiple projects. You might be working crane operator on 2 different projects. So you'd find out what his favorite was. Oh, a bottle of port. There you go. Okay,
man,
I'll
he's
stick
back.
to that. Sometimes you got to grease the wheels of commerce.
oh yeah, that hasn't changed. I don't think.
Not in 5,000 years.
No. Why Portuguese though?
That looks nice too.
Because I have friends in Brazil, and I was thinking of going down there. And also, it was like I felt like I'd gotten little bits of Spanish growing up, and I just didn't feel strongly like I wanted to go after that. Like it was every time I'd heard something that was in Portuguese, I'm like, oh, that's French. And I was like, no, that's Spanish. And it's like, no, it's Portuguese.
Portuguese.
And so I figured learning that would also help me differentiate the Spanish a little more clearly once I got into it. Did it do that? Yeah, actually I did for sure.
You had a good friend from the Azores.
Oh yeah.
And I've always wanted to visit there. And what's that other group of islands south that the Spanish have?
Is it the Canaries?
Canary Islands,
just
yeah. Beautiful.
I'd love to go just about everywhere.
I am known in the Spanish nations as El Guapo.
Obviously, very handsome.
You don't say.
I learned that in the Three Amigos.
That's right. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. When I was down in Mexico, there was a brand of some sort of food spice additive called El Guapo. Made me laugh. But the funniest names I ever saw on products was in Indonesia. You know, translated to English, they have those.
Oh, I love that in broken English.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
When I was like my business partner Clifton, who you probably all either talked to or heard of, he married a Balinese girl and lives full time in Bali. And I was there for 7 months, and I was taking Indonesian classes and a little bit of Balinese, right? Which really
It's like the local dialect.
that's the local language.
Oh, wow.
Bali and Lombok and one other island are Hindu, and the rest of Indonesia is Muslim.
Right.
And it's a bit, the Hindu religion in Bali is a bit different than the Hindu religion in India.
Sure.
They seem to be more ceremony focused and a little more devout than most of the Indians I ran into that are Hindu. And they have all the streets in Ubud were named like after the Hanum and the monkey god and that story. And I ran into a local Indonesian guy that explained the differences and told me the whole story from their perspective as opposed to the Indian perspective.
Right.
Because all those Indonesian islands were influenced.
Okay.
And of course the Muslims.
The Moors,
came in.
right? Or when did they come in?
I don't know if the Moors ever got that far east, but the Muslims did.
Right.
And Alexander tried to get that far east and ran
that's
into
one.
some
Take
trouble.
a drill.
Is that screw not coming out?
Take a drill and just take out a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, this one right here.
Oh, is it sticking through from the other side?
Let me hold it.
Screw's a little too long.
A little bit, though. Okay. Make sure you're taking it out.
Just a little bit. So I saw something about a coffee tent. Is there coffee somewhere?
So right beside the trailer, there's a tea kettle, and I got two kinds of instant coffee. I got brown sugar, I got coffee white milk, but if you want oat milk, I have that as well.
Some regular milk.
And regular milk.
Got some local milk.
Oh, that sounds nice.
Yeah.
So Alex can help you out there.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at your samples. So it looks like everybody did pretty good on their mixes. When it's too wet or you overram, what you're gonna see is smudging. And I don't see a lot of it occurring here. And I see good compression, good mixes, nice color, right? So that 1% color really pops, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the buff. And of course, these samples are still wet. So they're a little darker when they're wet. And as they dry, you're gonna see them lighten up. And we're gonna see that, it won't take long here for the surface to dry in the sun, and you're gonna see the color change occurring. And you'll see it also when we pull the form off of our wall. It's gonna be a little darker wet, and then as the surface dries, it'll lighten up. And particularly with a dark wall like this, we're gonna be doing only black and white highlight lines today and tomorrow. You're not gonna see them very good when you first pull the formwork, but as it dries, the highlight lines are gonna really start to pop. But you can, the thing about adding color is it actually weakens the cement mix. So, and there's really no need to go above, what we're doing here, let me explain what we're doing here on the wall. So we're going with a 1% average. So at the bottom of the wall, the first two layers are below ground. We're never gonna see it, so we're not adding any color.
Mm-hmm.
Then we're going 1.5%, 1.25% as we climb, 1%. 0.75% and 0.5%. And the goal is to have that wall go from darker to lighter as it rises. Now from a tone perspective, most of your lighting is going to be up high, and you want the top of the room lighter than the bottom of the room. But if you flip it the other way, your ceilings area is going to be a bit darker, right? So that's an aesthetic thing though, right? Generally when you see different paint colors used, you'll see the darker paints on a wall used at the lower section and lighter as you go up. But aesthetics are a personal thing, you know, do it however you want. When you're making samples for color, you'll probably just stick with, in the beginning, one color so that you can put it in different areas and under different lighting to see if it's what you want. And you can then sort of extrapolate in your mind how that's going to look on a bigger scale. And you can take a color, as I said earlier, like a brown like that, and do a sample at, you can even go by quarters, 0.25, 0.5, 0.7, it depends on how many samples you want to make, right? And you can go all the way up to 3 if you want, but at 3%, the pigment starts to get really expensive. So, and you can see that 1% really pops color anyway. Now we have sort of a grayish yellow base here, but some of it will depend on what the base color of your aggregates are and how much clay is in it. So I believe James said they're at about 10% clay, is it, in the base? But we're mixing 2/3, 1/3, so that's dropping our percentage down, right? And we'll check with him what the percentage was in that base, and then we can calculate how much clay is actually in that wall. And what the clay does is the cement and the pigment sticks to the clay best. And so we're getting a better distribution of color, and we're also getting a finer finish on the wall. A lot of rammed earth builders don't use clay, and they still produce a nice finish. But one of the things that strengthens concrete is the elimination of air pockets within the mix. Well, we have a fairly porous material here, so by adding clay we make it less porous, and we should be able to produce a finer looking wall when we load the wall with material the way we will teach you to do it, right? It's the way as custom builders we like to finish a wall, right? If someone wants us to go really fast, we won't do that. We'll speed fill the wall, and we get more of a result like this as opposed to a finer finish like we're seeing here, right? And we'll discuss other types of formwork. We're doing basic square or rectangular form samples and walls, but we'll talk about curved forms. We'll talk about embedding materials, creating voids, doing walls like James has done for his greenhouse, where the infill is, there's no rammed earth over top of the window, right? You can do rammed earth over windows, and that's just a different forming system. And all of the formwork is very easy to produce and use. That's, again, why I love the natural building methods. You guys have now learned how to mix rammed earth to build a wall that will last 500 years. You know, if you keep the water away from it and you don't put any rebar in. But we're often required to put rebar in by the engineer, and particularly the way we're doing it here in Canada, in our cold climate, we're putting insulation in the wall, okay? So we're essentially separating a monolithic wall into 2 pieces. And under the stress of the roof, what that wall's gonna wanna do is come apart like this. So we're securing rebar to the base, to the footing, and at the top of the wall, we're doing what's called a puddle cap above our rammed earth. And that's going to join those 2 walls together with rebar and a different type of mix that's closer to concrete. And you'll see it when we're over there, and we're going to show you how to do that, how to tie that all together. Down in Texas, you may not want to do that at all. It's much faster to ram a wall with no insulation in it, right? And we're going to create jigs that hold our insulation in place, and we're going to show you how we do that. So up here, like you're in Canada, you're probably going to put insulation in the wall. So that's it. Simple, right? And I don't think anyone did a bad job here. We've got that aggregate. You can see how it wants to drift towards the edge of the wall and create a little more of what we call a honeycomb or porosity in the wall, as opposed to, say, this one. And I would say you probably tap that really hard compared to the other layers, whoever this was. So you can see it, right? You can say, wow, I tapped that really hard. And that's kind of smudgy, and you'll see it when it dries.
Is that the plum layer? Because I think
that's plum and that's chestnut.
okay.
Or no, red. That's redwood,
Red.
right?
Yeah, that one, the ones you pointed.
That's
at,
chestnut.
That's chestnut.
And that, what other color did we
That's
do?
plum, redwood, and that's the buff.
Yeah, that's the buff and the black.
And the black.
Chestnut, yeah. So what do you guys think of aesthetically? Which one do you like the most? Or which colors do you think work well together?
Not bad.
I think they all go
Yeah,
good together.
pretty good.
Yeah. And everybody produced kind of their own flavor of wall, right? Whose is this? That's you? Yeah, so you did kind of the coming from a larger to smaller. We're actually going to do that in the wall, and we do it in highlight lines. And it's how you end a highlight line as it comes to sort of a point, right? With the edge tamping.
What
And
impression does the white concrete have in the mix?
so white Portland cement is exactly the same as gray Portland cement, if it's the type GU or type 10 general usage. Those designations change from jurisdiction. You guys may call it something different down there, but general usage usually tells the supplier what you need. It's the same type of Portland used in concrete. There's other types of cement, but we don't use them. And that type of cement is available anywhere in the world. So once again, we've designed this to be as simple as possible anywhere in the world. And here in North America, we may use more machinery and tools than say they might use like in somewhere in rural Africa. But you can produce the same kind of a wall using less complicated tools, right? If all you have is like where there's a shortage of lumber, then they might not use what we're using, which is a special type of formwork used for decorative concrete work. They may use dimensional lumber, and you'll see in the render, you can kind of see those lines of where the dimensional lumber is. Still produces a beautiful wall with low-tech tools. We're a little more high-tech. So we can transfer this building system anywhere in the world, and it really, we're recreating what was done throughout history. No one knows exactly when building with rammed earth began. It predates written history. And we see it, people like to point out, it's in the Great Wall of China, which is only faced with stone where it has stone, but it's really rammed earth in the center. And we can find structures all over the world built this way.
Color-wise, what is white do versus, like in this, say, the bare mix?
It produces a more brilliant color. So whatever color that is going to be a little lighter and brighter. And it's the same with your highlights. So that's where you can... During COVID, I was paying 8 times as much for a bag of white cement here in Canada because we don't use white cement very much. But down in Panama, it was the same price as the gray Portland because they use a lot more white cement down there, and I think they even produce it there. I'm not sure we produce white cement here. So you may choose to use it to pop color or even use it in your overall mix. So that's where you can go buy one bag of white Portland and one bag of gray and do exactly the same color tests at the percentages you want to play with for each cement. And then we can talk a little bit later about jiggling your cement, so there's a lot of resistance to use cement by the eco crowd, and I understand it. So there are different additives you can put in that replace cement, but we still like to use some. So you can use like metakaolin clay. And so metakaolin is a non-expansive clay, and we might go 7% cement and 3% metakaolin, and you can order it in bags, like big bags from suppliers, and it's relatively inexpensive, right? And it can replace some of the cement in your mix. There's also lime, but we have a problem with cement called efflorescence that occurs, and it's that white discoloration that happens on the walls, and lime is one of the culprits. So if you're using lime, you have a greater chance of efflorescence occurring. However, you can negate that by putting additives in your mix, waterproofing additives, right? So you can either waterproof the base mix by putting an additive in, or you can finish with a surface sealer. And what I actually typically use is Stonemason brand matte finished concrete sealer, which you can get at like Home Depot or any number of places in 5-gallon pails. And we'll use a sponge roller and we'll roll that on. But if we get big honeycombing occurring, I'll also have like an industrial spray bottle, and I'll put some in there, and I'll try and get it in those gaps, and that hardens that wall. 2 coats of that, it's silicone based, should be good for about 5 years if the wall's protected, and then you can coat it again. And that's the only maintenance you should require. But it's based on region, like up here, based on where you are in Canada, you can have anywhere from 10 to 30 freeze-thaw cycles per winter. And what freeze-thaw cycles do is snow and water get into a porous material like this, then it freezes. Guess what happens? Right? It's why we have so many potholes in our roads here, you know? Why there are pothole patrols out every spring filling those holes that freeze-thaw is created. And now imagine that happening 25 to 30 times over the winter on your rammed earth wall. That's a problem. So it's why I like to say, if you're building in climates where it's cold and rainy, get deep eave overhangs, right? That's the old way of building. It protects the walls, the roof. I like to have a veranda. From a design standpoint, it creates outdoor usage space and protects the walls from overheating and erosion. And it's just a nice design feature to do.
Max, someone's asking where you get the pigment.
Well, where do they live?
I guess. I don't know where this person's from.
So the iron oxide pigments are available all over the world. You can go to a local concrete expert or a concrete company and ask them where they're buying their pigment. In North America, we have specialty stores for concrete that provide all of the tools for the concrete trade, and they will carry those pigments. They're usually made by a wholesaler. Like in Canada, there's a number of wholesalers, and then it'll go to the distributor that you buy from under different brand names. But the pigment's really the same all over the world. You can buy in bulk from China if you like, or India, where most of the pigment is made. But we just buy from some suppliers locally. In Canada, we use 2 companies called Interstar and Davis. One of the companies I own in the US is called Solomon Colors that I talked about earlier. But it's just a little research on your part to find out who your pigment suppliers are.
Okay.
And now there's so much decorative concrete work, colored concrete work happening. Most concrete guys are going to know where to get pigment. All right. So let's go over and take a look at what the classes before you did with their samples. Peter's using up our leftovers. All of them. There's the no color samples, and here's what people have been playing with. And so here, if I get that in the sun, you can kind of see smudging occurring a bit. The different types of compression here, it's pretty good. There, that looks a little over compressed, and even though it's smooth, it's a bit smudgy. Someone decided to squirt some silicone and let it harden on there and try to produce some impressions in their little sample here. Mm-hmm. And we can talk about embossing and embedding materials, whether you're having a recessed feature or a pronounced feature on the wall like you saw in the sign coming in. And then you can of course play with color in your big samples, and you can see this is still pretty fragile on the edge. This is less than a week old, but it is pretty hard everywhere else. And again, you can see we're not doing the type of filling of the sample forms that we are on the walls, so it's a little more of the big stone. Even with the bigger stuff sifted out, it still tends to gravitate towards the edges. But there's nothing wrong with that, right? Like that's a nice wall. And there we got a little bit of organic material in our wall. And there's Peter's effort from last week
Yeah.
using the leftover
It's like
material.
a tiger.
Oh, it's great.
It turned out pretty cool.
Yeah.
And so the colors are brilliant. These samples have kind of been kicked around and walked on and get dust on them. And if you were to wash them, they clean up a little bit. But this is just for practice. So that's, you see the smudging here? Compared to there? How it kind of goes smooth and shiny.
Okay, yeah.
Some people don't mind that in their walls. Some even actually try to achieve that in their wall. And
But you're-
again, it's an aesthetic finish preference, right? So I'm going to teach you how to produce the nicest walls we produce that are fairly smooth, and then it's up to you how you want to finish. Michelle, you sort of like that kind of rough look, right?
I do. I don't mind it. But now that I've seen the sauna walls, I'm really liking the smooth.
Right. So why don't we go over and take a look at what we've done in the previous 2 weeks as James is prepping us over there, and take a look at those walls and maybe walk through the greenhouse that they were building last winter, and I'll show you an electrical outlet and a water tap that were put in the wall and how we do that. We'll talk about how we do it, and we'll show you how we do it.
I actually was noticing like if you stand over here and you look through, you can see the rammed earth corner of the greenhouse, and then you can see the new walls.
Okay.
And just the contrast of the two, like the rough and then the smooth, I like
Right.
that.
Okay.
Like I wouldn't want our whole property to be all the same
Right.
walls, you know?
So what we have here, there are 2 universities in North America that lead in what we call deep winter greenhouse design. And this is a very typical deep winter greenhouse design. And those 2 universities are in Canada, the University of Manitoba, and in the United States, the University of Minnesota. And you're going to see this very, very common deep winter greenhouse design. So here we have north, right, Michelle? This is south.
Yeah.
We're generally facing south.
We are,
East-west.
yes, the sun is where it's supposed to be for the greenhouse.
So what we
The
see,
greenhouse where it's supposed to be for the
what
sun.
we see here, James has done, is typical in northern Canada, is 4 inches of styrofoam insulation. Neither one of us are big fans of styrofoam, neither James nor I or Clifton, but we are sequestering it in the wall. The better product to use would be rock wool, which is a molten stone, so it's completely waterproof, but it is a little bit pricey and should last the life of the walls. No one's really sure how long this will last, but it is sequestered in the wall. And so it's creating a thermal break. So we're getting the thermal battery effect from the interior wide of rammed earth, but not from the outside. So that's the downside of a split sandwich wall where we're putting insulation in the middle. But it is going to create a much more climate controlled condition inside this greenhouse and a home. And these walls are actually 12 feet tall. So we're the footing and the wall that you don't see is getting us below the frost line, right, for our foundation. And then it's waterproofed on the outside. I believe James put Weeping Tyler French drain in there to draw water away from the structure. And then on the inside, we see a product called Dimple Board, which is waterproofing the inside of the structure, right?
Delta
And
MS.
there's a couple of ways to embed insulation in the wall. James used the keyway, which is attaching a board to our end panel so that when you pull it, it creates this space. And this is actually the old way of joining walls before rebar, was keyways like this. So you can imagine if you were putting the next wall in, it would ram like this, like a piece of Lego, locking the 2 walls together, but allowing for microscopic movement over the long term. So foundations will settle over time, and they may do what's called differential settling, which means one corner of the house may be settling more than the other. And what that's going to produce is a crack in the footing, which is going to travel up a cement wall or a rammed earth wall. So what we tend to do is do smaller wall sections with these, what we call a control joint here. So what we're hoping to happen is have no vertical cracking. So if it occurs in the footing, it should migrate to this point and not crack our wall. Horizontal cracking is rare. It's less of a concern for us than vertical cracking. And this allows the walls, as they shrink and settle over time, to move both this way and this way, right? So that they can move independently without cracking and shattering. It's also why we don't join the walls together with rebar. So you can imagine if this wall stood still and we have rebar in the next wall and this began to push away, it would shatter material away. So they're independent blocks. And you can also run typically they would run the keyway down this wall and along the footing and up. So the entire thing is like one connected Lego block, right? We also prefer smaller sections of wall because we don't want cold joints in our walls. So we're typically trying to design what we can complete in one day, so we get no cold joints in it. Other builders aren't as concerned about that, and so they may do a 100-foot long wall and only complete a foot one day. So you'll see many cold joints there. It's not a huge concern, but for us, we want to produce one monolithic piece of rammed earth. That doesn't mean that we don't get cold joints, we just try to avoid them, right? So now, mounting or embedding electrical and water lines in rammed earth, you can do both. And we do it by embedding conduit in our walls. So if you're a European or North American builder, particularly in North America, what you'll see with the electrical is they build a stick frame, they run the electrical through the stick frame, then they put the sheathing on the outside, they insulate, drywall, they tape, the vapor barriers go on the outside, goes on. Now, how do you change that electrical down the road? On a house where we're designing for multiple centuries, you're going to need at some point to change that electrical. You have to rip that entire wall system apart and create a big mess and a lot of cost. But by running conduit in our walls, either to the base and then to our electrical room or out the top of the wall and along it, now the electricians love us, right? Because they just string their wire in, and here we have a chamfer. You can finish flush to the wall. You can chamfer your taps and electrical connections. This is, I believe, 1/2-inch water line PEX in there, and I believe it's 1.5 inch conduit in there to hold it so that it slides in very easily in and out. You can change it whenever you want. You know, I'm a big fan of copper piping, which we can go into from a design standpoint, but this is PEX, and James has run it down into the footing and then out to wherever his water connections are, and these are active right now, so the water's flowing. And we're in a northern climate where it freezes, so it's on the inside of the wide, right? So it shouldn't freeze. There's one outside tap on that over there, and that's gonna have to be drained in the winter so that the lines don't freeze. But even if the line did freeze and break, guess what? We can pull it out and change it easy. So when we're designing for multiple centuries, we have to approach design somewhat differently than a modern builder does, because we're thinking about that. We're thinking about many things they never think about. Is the future. How is the next owner going to deal with this? You know, it might be your grandson or great granddaughter that owns that house, and 150 years have gone by and they go, by cracky, we've got to change the water lines. We have to rip the house apart to do it, not this way, right? So I love that about this design. And whether we're designing a kitchen, a bedroom, whatever the room is, we're thinking about what happens down the road for maintenance and repair, right? And to me, the way we build is silly. It's adding tremendous amount of cost. I call a modern North American home a money pit. It's just repair after repair after repair. It's got toxic materials in it, and materials that don't handle either water or fire well, including drywall and OSB and MDF, and even the furniture. So we're looking, like, say 3 feet of water filled up in your house. With this house, anything engineered is not going to fare well, but the walls themselves, and you just drain the water out, dry it, move back in, right? So let's go look at an electrical outlet. So here we have what's called a single gang box. So it's designed for one outlet or switch with 2 plugs, and that's a double gang box. So we can have 4 plugs and 2 switches. And in Canada now, I believe it's code just about everywhere that each one of those outlets has to be separately wired. particularly in kitchens where you may be getting a lot of draw off of a fridge or an appliance. We don't like to go bigger than a double gang box. So rather than put a 3 or a 4 in, we'll put multiple 2s because, and you'll see that there's an art to ramming under this and ramming around it to not collapse or crush it, right? And they ran into a little bit of a wiggle here, so this one sort of twisted a bit on them, probably because it got over rammed on one side. So we'll hand ram around these until we get above it a bit, and then we can go back to pneumatic tamping. Also, there's 2 ways that conduit can exit a box like this. One is out the top, and the other way is around the back. Around the back, you're going to get more surface material here between the conduit and the surface of the wall, making it stronger. But that hole is only 3/4 of an inch back from here, so that's not a lot of material, right? So we like to chamfer, then we'll get an 1.5 inches or more. James did very, very deep chamfers. It's typically not what we do, but I like them. But you can see how the difficulty he had ramming under it, trying to be careful. And so we're going to cover how we do that as opposed to the pneumatics and the big hand tampers. I tend to just make them out of wood and sort of pile my material up like this and ram sideways and then get myself up the sides. And we'll put a spacer block in here made of wood so that you can see how this sort of bent in a bit. If we get a nice sized block that's just big enough, even after we ram, we can put a screw in it and pop that out, and this will hold its shape. But we have to be very careful around this because there's just 2 screws holding this in. And if we hit it hard in the formwork, half filled, there's not much we can do at that point. You don't want to start digging already rammed material. It creates really ugly looks. So care and attention to anything that we're embedding in the wall, right? And we're going to go through that process. Any questions? Nothing? Okay, let's go.
Time lapse of the whole bit.
What's that?
Do you have a time lapse of the whole bit?
This build
This?
so far, not yet, because we're not done.
Right.
But we have videos. We have a whole playlist dedicated to the build of this greenhouse, from digging the hole up. But we also got better at making videos while we went along, so some of them are a bit.
Yeah, maybe we can cover a couple of the other elements here of the build. So you can see James is milling his own timber, and this is larch, which is a northern hardwood, but it's really sappy. So he's doing this process called, which the Japanese have called shosuki bond, which is a waterproofing and hardening thing you do by just burning the wood. And here you can see like this, it's really sap heavy, and this really burned. It's hard to get the sap out of larch. And so you can see that he did it with his beams here, the bond beam across the top of the wall. And he would have liked to have done it here, but unfortunately the engineer called for a lamellar beam, just from an engineering standpoint. Both him and I think he'd have been fine with a dimensional beam, but you know, code is code, and the engineer said, nope, I want to see that. So I'm correct, right?
Yeah.
That's what he did. And so that's an engineer word which you don't like to use, but it's just one beam. It is super strong, and it should waterproof correctly in this greenhouse last a long, long time. Right? So yeah, let's go over and see the project we're working on. Northern climate sauna, wet sauna, okay? So we've completed 2 walls. You can see that we have what's called a shed or a sloped roof, a shed roof or a sloped roof. We decided to play with pipe, to embed some pipe to create holes that will bring a little bit of breeze in and also light. And so we just went with a random placement of those. And what we're going to be able to do is this wall, after 28 days of curing, this plastic pipe, you'll be able to take a piece of wood that's the same right out of your wall, right? So a piece of 2x4 that fits right like that, we'll tap that right out. All of this should come out quite easily. Okay? So James had his color palette for that, which is different than this. This we went from darker to lighter, and we achieved that in most places. But you can see mixing is an art, and you've got to stay on it. And I'm on this end, so I don't know what happened on mixing on that end, because that actually looks a bit darker than the stuff below it, right? But it still looks amazing. So it may not have been totally what we were trying to achieve, but the walls look fantastic. I'm really pleased with this. And this is a little feature we call a clamshell. These are highlight lines, and I'll show you guys how to do that. And you can see that we have a black pigment right there, but we also have black pigment right there. So this is what you're achieving with different percentages of color, right? So that almost looks like a gray or a smoke, whereas we're at a darker black there. And Michelle, I don't know about you, but I really like the darker black in your wall.
Yeah, I do too.
So I think we're gonna up our percentage even higher than that, and on these two walls we're gonna go for black and white highlights. The plum really isn't standing out as much as I would have thought or would have hoped. So if you're okay, we're just gonna stick with black and white.
Yep.
And what we're gonna start this afternoon is we're gonna start ramming this wall. We're gonna finish it tomorrow. We're gonna strip it, and then we're gonna form this one. And we're gonna get as far as we can to complete this sauna. And this wall is, the entry to the sauna is right here. I don't know how wide James has designed the entryway. And you're gonna come into this sort of vestibule or foyer. And then the door to the sauna will be right here. So it's really a bicycle built for two there. I don't think you're gonna get, it's gonna get a little more comfortable than I would like in a sauna with more than two people, but there's only two of them here, right?
Maximum 2 capacity.
There you go. That, right from the right.
Put it on the door.
Right. So this will get sealed to be moisture resistant, and then I believe James will likely finish with cedar. And he can speak to you about the type of unit that he's ordered from, is it Norway or Sweden?
For the cedar sauna, like the...
For the wood burning system?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, he's got a special stove in mind that they make in Europe. I don't know if he's able to get his hands on it or not. But really, you know, the nice thing about that one that he's ordered is if you bump up against it, you're in, you know, like unlike a cast iron stove, you're not going to scorch yourself, right? So there'll be a exhaust out the roof and a vent out the roof to let excess heat out, and that's really it. And then, like I said, I believe that our floor is at 30 inches off the footing, so we might not even see this highlight line. I started with 2 no color because I knew we were going to be below grade there, and you can see that we're on the slope here. But I think he said like it might be 30 inches total that we're up. We need to be, we don't want water and snow coming into this structure either, right? And now you can see the different, you know, this is students that mostly did most of the work on this, and they did a pretty fantastic job. There's a few areas where we're not getting the finish that we were trying to achieve. Still looks great. I'd be happy to live in a house with that in the wall. I think it looks fine. And then we had one piece of form ply that had a little something stuck to it, and so we've got an interesting feature. I tell people it was in the drawing.
Yeah.
Great. So what time are we looking at here?
It's 11:20.
What do you say 11:30 we break for lunch, 1 hour, and then so at 12:30 we're back here to begin the process of building this wall. Who didn't bring a lunch? You didn't bring a lunch? I'm gonna go down the hill. If you want to come along, there's a coffee shop. There's a place we can get sandwiches, whatever you want. You guys want to go down? Okay, I'll just come along with you then. You got room for me? Fantastic. All right, everyone. That's it. We'll see you after lunch.
Okay.
What gear should we have when we show up?
What gear?
Yeah.
You're good.
All right.
Yeah.
Did you say something about
Please,
beer?
no thongs.
I like
It's too early.
No bikini underwear. Keep your pants on.
Wait.
It is the font. Say that.
I'm trying to be funny.
Hi, everybody. It's really us, just other people on our channel.
Oh yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, they do. Yeah. Chocolate ice cream doesn't always come off good, right?
See my repair there?
Oh, jump up and hell.
Your repair there, eh?
Is it all the way through?
No, I just cut what I couldn't. We won't be able to reach after, right?
Did you go this way?
Yeah,
you
it's
cut-
through that way, right?
Yeah, but did you cut from this end?
What do you?
Like, did you cut the from
No, but because I can't access it because the form's in the way.
Forms up.
Like, well, even the I got to go all the way from the other side of the end panel.
So
It's fine. It's marked.
yeah, but we can either chip that out
Later.
or grind it out.
We can do it later.
Yep.
Yeah, but this part we wouldn't have been able to get a nice clean edge.
But that's where you got us at the height we're supposed to be at there, according to your drawing, right? With the top of the form ply. That's where we want to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so we were off by what did you give measure? Inch and a half
like
to
2 inches.
2 inches. Yeah, so you can see how it kind of we sort of didn't do it correctly, and it sort of ski slopes at the bottom of that slope. And we were trying to achieve a nice even slope on the roof. So that's just me working with students and not being on top of that.
There's a couple different methods, but I want to show you guys like a foolproof method.
Yes, we're gonna do we did not do the foolproof method the last 2 walls, but we will this time.
Yeah. If you have slope walls, which are also referred to as like a rake wall, so you're matching roof slope, and we can go.
We did them there.
Lunch here too.
Yeah.
I've also marked out everything on the inside where it's before you start putting the different components into the form, so you want to get any heights or anything marked out. For example, that dog bowl, we should probably do that before we get.
Well, I don't want to put it in until we get up there,
Okay.
but I'll cover.
We can mark it, is what I'm getting at.
We can mark it, yeah.
Yeah, so if we have a specific location, same thing with like a receptacle or anything else, you want to mark it sooner than later, because once you start filling it, measuring is challenging.
Right.
Depending on how accurate it needs to be, right? So less obstructions, easier. It's
And
gonna be
often your crew's divided into somebody totally controlling the whole mixing process and someone totally controlling the finishing process. And you're checking each other's work, but it's nice when you do that. Although James here pretty much built these walls with 1 or 2 people helping him. That's impressive to me. That's a lot of work. No, the greenhouse walls. Sorry, not these walls, the greenhouse walls.
We had lots of people here.
Yeah.
It was way easier.
Oh yeah, to do this was easier.
Right. So when we come back after lunch, we're going to set the scaffolding up, and then we're going to start ramming, and we'll see how far we can get by 4:30.
We got a fair bit to do before we get the scaffolding in, but this is a good point for you guys to see all the bits and pieces. All I've done on the back side is essentially repeated on this side. So, and then once we take it apart, and we'll set it up pretty much right away for this section of wall, because the forming it's harder to get repetition into the forming for you guys, because we're not doing that as frequently as the mixing and the ramming. So we were hoping this will do 2 things: get you guys a little bit more experience with the forming, and then also get a little bit more progress for me.
Right.
To help. So me and Michelle. But
Yeah.
ultimately, I want you guys to get I could probably honestly do it faster with a couple people than teaching.
A couple of experienced people, for sure you can, yeah.
Because we want to stop. We want to make sure you guys are getting your hands dirty and understanding everything.
Yeah. And then you go home happy with what you've learned, and that you've actually learned it, right? And as you can see already on the mixing process, it really is not that complicated, is it? It's beautifully simple. And we're working with really organic material, the earth itself. And there's just something about working with earth, particularly when you're gardening. I don't know, that connection is there, right? It's not like modern building, which seems a little sterile, right? And everything now to me in North America is looking like a 7-Eleven franchise, right? The houses included. So, all right, let's break for lunch. Sweet.
Are you going to be in here working, babe?
Pardon me?
Are you going to be in here working? What's your plan?
I gotta clean out a couple things. I think I'll wait. Did they say how long they're gonna?
An hour.
Yeah, I just had set it up by the chickens or something, like you said.
Okay.
Plug it in.
Yeah, I need to plug it in.
But if you do it over there, you can actually physically plug it in. That Powerball has a USB.
Okay. So everybody's breaking for lunch. What do you guys want to look at if you're going to stay on the live stream? Do you want to look at the chickens? Do you want to look at the rammed earth wall? Do you want to hang out with Peter? Hi, Peter.
I'm off the clock.
I know. No, I'm all good. Just wondering what people want to look at while we're waiting for you, your lunch break.
The chicken barn.
That's what I'm going to. That's what I'm going for.
And your signs.
Oh yeah, could do that.
And maybe Peter's gorgeous pyramid. I want to bring that out in the light.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Have you shown your Hobbit house much?
Yeah, we have a whole playlist on. I know. No, well, James built it twice, so
Yes.
we have a lot of Hobbit Hut.
Really cool.
Yeah. It's pretty cool though. I finally got it to grow wildflowers. How are the walls tied together at the corners? I'll find out for you. Usually it's rebar, Ned, but James did corner forms for the greenhouse, but for this sauna, I think it's rebar, which we'll go over. Yeah, this is our Hobbit hut. Reciprocal frame roof. Living roof Hobbit hut. If you want to see the build on this, it's called the Hobbit Hut, and we have an entire playlist dedicated to it on our channel. It's very cool. Nice and cool in here too, in the summer. All right, we're off to see the chickens. I have to plug in my phone so I can keep live streaming for you guys. I wonder if I should let the chickens out. Well, it looks like they want to come out. You guys. All right, hold on. You can't come out yet because I gotta split up the babies. Oh, actually, you probably can come out. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh. Okay, everybody, sorry. Bear with me here. Whoa. They are so pretty. Well, most of them just left. We let the big older chickens free range, but the little ones, we've got 3 generations of little ones that I'm not quite ready to let them free range, but they have a huge area here. Hey Ned, I'll get your questions answered after the lunch break. Ned is sleeping. Ned is a full-blown putty cat. And he spends his nights hunting and his days sleeping. His favorite place to sleep right now is in a laundry basket on top of the dryer. Oops, sorry. Oh. I thought you were talking about Ned the cat. Well, now you know. Yeah, that's a good question. Are you talking about the greenhouse or the habitat, or are you talking about the Rammed Earth project? I'm just gonna mute because there's a big truck coming. Oh, Clyde, don't pull the cord, honey. He is, isn't he? His name is Poke, and he has a son named Rodney. That's his identical doppelganger, except Rodney's taller. He's fought off at least one fox that we know of to save his hens. He's an excellent rooster. Bob! Bob! Sorry guys, the dogs are, oh boy. The dogs are pulling down my cords. Hey, Rod. You handsome beast.
The trade-off is, you know, you can, yeah.
Is the gimbal dead?
Shouldn't be.
I know.
Did you turn it on?
I didn't do anything.
It just turns off if it's automatic.
Oh, okay.
It's smart. This is Michelle's least favorite contraption.
I just feel bad for the people watching right now. It's flipping everywhere.
Okay, it's working.
All right, nice.
You're again muted.
I put the fancy toilet paper in last week.
Oh.
Not the sandpaper that they drop off.
Well, YouTube just heard all about it. Here we go.
Thanks, babe.
It's nice, you know, if you're using a porta potty, it's nice to have the fluffy TP
Yeah,
as opposed to the scratchy stuff.
Yeah. I never understood why they put that thin stuff in the washrooms. You have to use 10 times more of it. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Cheaper.
Yeah, but you use more.
Most people,
Well, when you're a
I
girl.
don't know. Oh, right. Okay, I don't have the ladies' perspective of it.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe that's it.
Alright.
What time ago? I said 12:30, right? We got half an hour. Yeah. And we're right on schedule. We're gonna get some ramming in today, and we'll finish that tomorrow. Prep and form Wednesday, and then there's a good chance we'll finish that wall with good weather. That last wall.
That would be great.
And we got all gung-ho dudes here this week, so I'm gonna work them hard.
Union. Am I included in it?
You're trying to injure your
You're from Saskatchewan, so yeah,
I'll be all right.
you're good. Yeah.
That was almost a guaranteed hire in construction when you went to Alberta, BC. Where you're from, Saskatchewan, you're hired.
Yeah, that's when I had my stores. It was the East Coast. All the girls from the East Coast were the best. So it was
Right.
like, if you're from Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, you're hired. Hard workers, friendly, exactly what you want in
Polite.
retail. Polite.
And that was the case with the guys coming out of Saskatchewan off the farm or whatever, hard work, bah, this isn't hard work,
Yeah.
you know. Not so many farm kids anymore, though.
Oh, it's true. They stay on the farm.
And they knew how to fix stuff.
Right?
That's what you learn on a farm. How to fix machinery, how to fix whatever.
Yeah.
In the city, you learn how to play video games and skateboard.
Yeah.
Important skills.
Yeah, Bob.
I am, of course, generalizing, right? There's always exceptions to every rule.
Yeah.
The first thing we're going to do is clean up our little mess here. Then we're going to go over and see where in the procedure James is and what he wants us to tackle first.
How do you tie that wall we're working on?
Bob.
Because you can't sandwich. Do you just block it from the existing wall, or do you?
Bobby.
There's a bunch of different ways to do it. This is not what we typically do. This is less common forming procedure. What's more common is what you see in the greenhouse, where we'll do all the tall sections. We put the Stonehenge phase. So you'll see all these individual walls where there's no window or door, and the voids or the spaces actually where the windows and doors are. And then we can go in and very quickly do all of these infills. But there's no round earth above. The window's generally going right up to the bond beam. Okay? The next way is to do it with round earth over top, and that you do by creating void forms. And that's something we'll cover, but we're not doing here. That's a little more advanced, and I'll cover how we create a curved form, how we embed and emboss. And all of that's in the new manual that I have coming out. We've been meaning to do this for years, and every manual I can find on Rammed Earth around the world is generally written either a long time ago or by architects and engineers who focus more on the technical side and not the actual procedures of building. So ours is going to be 250 pages of a procedural column on the left with all of our tips and pictures on the right, so that even if you've never taken the course, you should be able to walk your way through it. But if you have, you know, you're only here for a week, you're going to forget kind of what we do, but not with that manual. We're going to go, I remember when we did that, I remember when we did that. And like I said, all of the natural building systems, including Rammed Earth, are relatively simple in nature. Anyone can learn this in a week. The basics. Are we on the air?
Somebody was, I know you're on break. You don't have to answer this, but
No.
somebody was asking about.
Not since college, and I didn't inhale. That was the question?
Someone's asking, is there a concrete bond beam as well as a wall top plate?
This is an excellent question. We do not do concrete bond beams because they have no ductility. They're a solid piece. And we're building for longevity, so we want the structure to last multiple centuries. And when you get differential settling of a foundation, that hard concrete bond beam going across the walls is going to crack and shatter. So we want something more ductile, more bendable, and we prefer natural timber. In climates that have a lot of termites and stuff, they'll usually opt for some form of metal pipe, like a square metal pipe or whatever, and put a metal roof on. But yeah, you're welcome to do it. We build excessively thick and wide footings called a spread footing, which is spreading the weight of that wall we're putting on, which is very heavy, over a greater area in the footing, providing better stability and less sinking of the foundation over time. So if you've ever been in a city where houses are built along a loamy sandy river, for about a half a mile in, at least that I'll give you an example. In the city I'm from in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, it's got a beautiful river flowing through. And the houses that were built 100 years ago by the river were slab on grade, meaning they were right on top of the ground at sidewalk level. And 100 years later, the sidewalk's here and the house is here. And that's a bit of a problem when we get snow and rain, right? So that foundation is sunk over 12 inches over 100 years. So we try to account for that, and it's one reason why we don't do concrete beam bond beams. What you can do, remember I explained our Lego building system here of small wall sections. You can build over top of the wall with rammed earth, but we're still going for a wooden bond beam. And a lot of times in a sandwich wall, it's a double bond beam on top of the wall, so that we're leaving space for the wiring to come up and travel along the top of the wall, and then to wherever our main mechanical room might be. And the wonderful thing about earthen buildings and stone is that they will shield you from the EMF emissions of electrical lines. And I'm gonna quote from memory here, but I believe they'll block somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 to 90% of the emissions between 8 hertz and 60 gigahertz. Now somebody can call me on that and check, but I'm in the ballpark there, right? And we know the deleterious effects of electromagnetic frequencies and radiation. And what was really interesting to me when looking at modern houses in North America was the electrical box, or the electrical panel, where what do you call that, where the wheels are spinning, the meter. The electrical meter always seemed to be on the side of the house at the master bedroom where your head was. And I'm like, that's the worst place for it. I want that whole way out there. And we do get clients that want to create what we call a Faraday room. So with no electronics or electricity in it. This is typically a bedroom where you want to get the best possible sleep. Keep the electronics away from that room. Really, your bedroom should really only be for sleeping, and if you're married, other things. But that's all you should really be doing in a bedroom.
Yeah,
right?
there shouldn't be televisions, computers, cell phones. That's how we are.
The worst thing for sleep.
Yeah.
And of course, the people that are coming to us are in that natural building place in their continuum of journey. They want natural food, they want natural clothing, they want all of those things. So one of the things that some people do is they sequester all of those devices in 1 or 2 rooms, right? So they might have all of their electronic entertainment and phone stuff in an entertainment room that's with rammed earth walls is shielded, and then you have the kitchen. And another option is to go low voltage, right? Go low voltage on. You can do an entire house with low voltage, including a refrigerator, right? But like any use of electricity, the first step is to use less by your choices.
I even, my cat likes to sleep on the chair where I have my laptop, like my sort of office. And at night, I unplug my laptop. Like nothing's plugged in near him.
I hate to eat on camera.
No, I'll move it. There was one more question. How are the walls tied together at the corners?
They are not.
Hopefully you're watching, Ned.
So here in the northern climate, we're doing insulated walls. They're connected to the footing and at the top of the puddle cap to hold those 2 lies together. But at corners where we have joining, because when you get differential settling, so you have 2 walls together like this, and the building starts to settle, and the walls start to move in this direction. If there's rebar joining those 2 walls, what's going to happen with the rebar is it's going to pop material from the other wall out. We want these walls to move independently of one another. Now they're going to move almost microscopically, right? But it's a control joint, just like you see in a cement pad or a concrete wall, so that it allows for that differential setting for the walls to move slightly, especially when you're talking multiple centuries of life. Think Machu Picchu, or which is often referred to as cellular wall construction. So they're using irregular control joints there, and those buildings, those megalithic buildings, have withstood the forces of nature and earthquakes for, according to science, thousands of years, right? So it's the same principle we're doing here. We don't like to build really long monolithic walls. It presents potential problems in longevity, and you won't see it in any ancient structures. Nothing built like huge monolithic walls that I can think of anyway. Even the pyramids are jointed, and all the stones are placed together. When the Romans are doing their type of building, they're using a different type of cement, and they're using keyways and arches and massive walls, right? No rebar back then. And look at the longevity they got out of those structures. I mean, many of those bridges and aqueducts are still in use. So that's pretty good engineering from my standpoint. And my study of building history goes, every culture I could find. I'm a real research nerd, so I was looking at every culture, what they did, why they did it, and were we doing it now, and should we be doing it, right? And then taking modern stuff and marrying it to these ancient ideas. Not that other people hadn't done this, but I did a super deep dive into every culture and came up with things that blew my mind about design. And I cover that. I'm going to be covering that in the design book that's going to be coming out hopefully before Christmas.
Okay.
You know, the 33 principles of natural regenerative design or conscious building, which is just a starting point for people to think differently about design than we think in the modern sense. Bringing some of those ancient ideas back.
This will charge.
You were talking earlier about rebar being
Rebar was invented so that they could do thin wall concrete and climb many stories into the air. Prior to modern Portland cement and the elevator and pumps, the maximum they would build a building that rested on the outer walls was about 6 to 7 stories, and that was for a number of reasons. One is, who wants to go up that many stairs? Along comes Otis and invents the elevator. You can only pump water gravitationally 70 or 80 feet off the surface of the earth. Then they invent a pump. Now, we just need a way to build buildings taller, and they begin to design differently so that the structure is supported no longer with the walls, but with columns. And now they can build way up.
what are you familiar, I'm guessing you are, by the way, but with some of the fiber additives in concrete?
Yeah, we don't use them.
I would assume that, but
We experimented with meshes and composite rebars and stuff, and I don't like them. The building industry doesn't use them for anything big.
okay.
Rebar's the go-to because it's ductile. So in a failure, it can bend and still hold the structure together, whereas those composite rebars, they'll shatter with the lateral movement.
Yeah,
Right?
I only have experience with it was like a small. What were we using it? It was I think it was in a giant bag, but it looked like almost like a wishbone, a small wishbone, a composite of something like a plastic.
Okay.
And you dump it into the truck, and it would go in the mix, and as they finished, it would disappear, and it would.
What's the purpose of it?
It was a rebar replacement, as far as I.
Oh yeah.
Or maybe a supplement. I don't know.
So there's any number of additives you can put in concrete that achieve different things: waterproofing, sequestering salt, slowing the hardening, speeding the hardening, right? My friend bought an old building. He's a mechanic in Saskatoon. It's a big, long building. And the concrete guy said, oh no, we're going to use this modern like plastic mesh or whatever instead of rebar. And the whole pad cracked everywhere. Plus they did only 4 inches. The arguments I've got into concrete guys, you should be able to pour this without a crack if you know what you're doing. He got 1 crack here, probably because it was super hot that day. And they weren't doing what's called a wet cure. So keeping this constantly wet, it dried too quickly and produced this crack. But any concrete guy that tells me you can never pour a pad without cracking doesn't know shit about concrete. Why it cracks is that's one reason. So they're building a neighborhood and they're pouring these pads and they're in full sun and they just pour them and walk away after finishing, and it cures too fast. The second reason is it's too bloody thin. Garage pads are typically 4 inches thick in the center and then the thickened curb. And I can walk you into every garage in Saskatoon that's built with 4-inch pad and they're all cracked. And that's why they'll say that. It's because they're retards that don't know what they're talking about. And builders are maximizing profit.
Right.
And to have a concrete guy tells me, oh, you don't need more than 4 inches of pad there. I'm like, how long are you building that to last? Not hundreds of years. That's not going to last hundreds of years. And you've got rebar in it. So if you walk into any Home Depot in the world, there's no rebar on that floor. None. And those are tremendous point loads on those shelves.
Right.
That's high test concrete. It's done with a 10-day wet cure. You can check on it. I know that because the top concrete guy in Alberta told me that. I knew they did high test concrete, but I didn't know how they were doing it. I thought the wet cure was longer. And when I say wet cure, I mean underwater. They'll build a swimming pool and put it there, right?
Interesting.
And it slows the cure down and makes the concrete super hard. And of course, they're doing a different mix than we're doing here, right? So it's like you can call for 60 MPa concrete. That's really hard concrete, but it's super expensive. What's better is to use the mix that, like, and all the concrete engineers know these mixes, right? You can say, listen, man, I'm not using rebar. I want to do a wet cure. And when I first started saying that, there were engineers who said, well, you can't build without rebar. And I'm like, you're not an engineer, are you? Because any engineer should be able to design this pad for me without rebar to last hundreds of years. What they are is they're like doctors, right? Doctors no longer figure out a way to cure you. They go to the insurance company's checklist. This is what's approved. That's all I can do, or I'm going to get sued. They're not doctors anymore.
No, that's right.
Engineers are doing the same thing. They got a building checklist,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So we're looking for engineers that are like us, and we have some, right? That they're enlightened and they want to do these kind of builds, right? Usually in school they're like that, and then they get out in the real world, and it's very, this is the system.
Yeah, the system tells them what to prescribe.
Yeah.
Just like the doctor. They're not using their mind anymore. They're just...
And they're not bad people.
No.
They're just
Well,
they're just following orders like a concentration camp.
they're a good little citizen.
Right.
Yeah, good for them.
But as a Christian, I always say when I run into people like that, that was me. There by the grace of God, or you know how it goes. What I'm trying to say here, there but by the grace of God walks me. So I'm very sympathetic, especially if they want to learn.
Right.
We went to church yesterday in Fernie, and I rode the lift up. I took Alex, who's never been to my particular sect of Christianity. And he came along for to sit through and hear what was said, and I think he had a good time. Meet some good people.
Yeah.
What's your branch?
Protestant, I suppose.
Are you going to a church?
Not
currently.
Not currently, no. No, my dad was a minister. My brother's a minister
In
this, Protestant Christian. My dad just retired here the last couple years. My brother's in Calgary in Covenant.
something.
Something Covenant.
Is it a
church.
charismatic church?
No.
Just
No.
a regular old Protestant.
Well, yeah. It's. I don't know how to categorize it.
It just has one of those names, like the Church of something.
It's that church is called Commons in Calgary. They've got a few.
Are they Trinitarian?
I don't know.
Are you Trinitarian?
I don't think so. I believe in.
That means that you believe God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit are all one being.
Yes, I have that belief system.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't.
Okay.
So that's where we'll differ.
Okay, and that's okay.
But that doesn't matter because we're not to preach to the converted.
Well, and yeah, I don't know that, and this is my standpoint on so much religious, that the system doesn't necessarily exist in lots of places for the betterment of anybody.
No.
It exists, just like a business does, to purport its own growth or its own
Well, look at the Catholic
maintenance.
Church.
And I think across all sects, it can be similar, right? Like you talk about engineers or doctors. They're not bad people.
No.
Some are lost, some are poorly educated. Oh, almost saved it.
Yeah. Yeah, and some are misguided, right?
Yeah, that's right. And then some are honestly just way out, and that's okay, I guess.
And a very small percentage are purposefully malevolent.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tend to think that.
To each his own.
Yeah, that and then just, a person's choice to be honest in whatever that pursuit is.
Was that recording us?
Good.
No, we were talking about religion.
Oh.
You can delete
Well,
all of that.
nobody said anything, but somebody's wondering about sire wall. What do you think about it? Structural insulated rammed roof wall.
Well, that's what this is.
Yeah.
They just codified it and created their own patented forming system. I love the guys at Sirewall. If you want to build something massive, go to them.
Yeah.
We stick to custom residential, right? Mayor and his son Joss are great people. Mayor's really the guy that led the introduction of rammed earth into Canada, and has done enormous amounts of research into mixology and stuff like that. So if you're looking outside of the bulletproof system, we can do that for you, but they can too. So
Well, you don't eat. You're not having any chicken fingers.
they teach a pretty good course as well.
Are they the ones that are based on Salt Spring?
They're on Salt Spring, yeah. But we're absolutely 100% focused on custom work in our cottage forming system. We don't use their style of shuttered forming system or reusable forms.
I remember James looking into them at first.
Yeah. There's a couple people teaching in the U.S. And then, in other parts of the world. In England, they're mostly focused on non-stabilized. In Europe, you get a mix. And stabilized becoming very popular in India and China now, although that's really there's a lot of non-stabilized earth building in those places. I mean, it never went out of fashion there, right? How much time do I have? 8 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna go do a couple things. Yeah. Well,
We're on sketch.
I've had a pinched sciatic nerve, and I was on painkillers for a bit, and I really wasn't sticking to.
It seemed like the breaks are always, oh, we're back to break. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, we're gonna try and be a little more structured this week.
That's cool.
But it is supposed to be you're supposed to be having a little bit of fun learning here too, right? We don't have to be. Why so serious?
You think it's okay to open that pyramid? Or
The what?
you think it's okay to open the pyramid, or?
Yeah, just tip it over and. So yeah, let's assemble down there in 7 minutes. I'll be right back.
Sorry. Funny little bellows. Come on, wasps.
there's some natural builders doing cloth and stuff, and like straw bale and stuff. They're like, oh, they're not really. You try and volunteer to get on those projects, and they're like, they don't want stuff. I'm like, no. They wanted certain people. Like message if you want to help, and I was like, okay, I'll help. And they never reply back. So I was like, okay. Yeah. So it's just like if you want to do something, you gotta just do it yourself. Sometimes. Yeah, so I had fun with that little thing. Trying to use everybody's color, trying to make stuff. Yeah. I don't know, it's hard sometimes. Trying to make eyes and stuff. I'll do it because I'm black up there. And it's black and plump, and it's just gonna still look cool. We'll see. The other side will probably be better than that side though. It's hard to get both sides looking cool, especially in such a small form. Right. Like, you can't really do that.
Sorry, guys. Hey, boys.
Moved a little on the bottom of the wall.
That's fine. Honestly, let's just say. Yeah, but don't be pissing off.
All right.
That's quite a bit off, isn't it?
Yeah, what happened was they threw the material in against that.
Let's just stretch it.
Okay.
We can I can grab some acoustic here and we can do it.
Yeah, so what happened was when they did the first over through here, that moved the insulation over because it was big time. And so
I see what happened.
right, instead of going on this side first, and you kind of got to watch this first one when you're turning the corner, right? I'll often have like a block at the bottom that I shovel and then I pull it out.
Let's just make it where it's supposed to be.
Okay, so at 8 inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So we're trying to center our insulation in this wall. It's not always centered, but for this wall it is. So we're gonna move some of this out of the way.
Yeah, that's what the
Lower braces in.
yeah, I just
Heidi,
want to trip over it.
come here.
So typically what we're doing in forming is we're gonna set our end panels, these ladders on first. And these ladders are for our whalers to rest on and brace the wall. And we're at about twice as many whalers as concrete work because we have point load pressure as opposed to overall pressure. So our pressure is wherever we're ramming. So we don't want any bulging in our form ply. So we whale it every 12 inches, okay? And these are OSB I-beams, which are very rigid. Typically we use dimensional lumber because we're attempting to reuse that lumber somewhere else in the project. But James is able to get these free, and they're super rigid, so they work well, and you can reuse them over and over. So what we start is by setting this on our footing, which we hope is nice and flat. If it isn't, I'll shim it to get it plumb this way, and then we plumb that way. We secure the base to the footing just like you do in concrete work. You'll see 2 nails in the base plate of the footing down there. 2 concrete nails in, done the way we do it in concrete. So a hole is drilled, 2 pieces of tie wire are placed in to help that nail snug up. It's a double-headed concrete nail, so we sink to the first head of the concrete so that the second one's exposed, that when we need to pull that nail out, we can put a hammer or a crowbar in there and pull that nail out. So that secures the base of our footing. I'll have these 2 upper ones screwed to the end panel just to hold it steady while we're setting. When we get it exactly plumb, we're gonna level slightly. Then we're gonna come over here and we're gonna sink this curb stake through this form aligner. So we have form, this is a form aligner. And what this allows us to do is we get as close to level as we can up there and plumb. We'll pound that stake in to secure it to the ground. That's what that hole in the form aligner is for. Or if we're securing to concrete, we can use concrete nails in these holes. And what it allows us to do by twisting this form aligner is move that wall back and forward and get it perfectly plumb the way we want it. If we get these end panels perfectly plumb, square, and level, and braced really well, then the form ply that we're putting on the sides is going to be exactly where we need it, right? So this is the most important part of the forming process. And we're doing very simple rectangular wall sections here, right? Nothing complicated. So this is a great way to learn. Then, when the end panels are in place where we want them, you go to the side away from the side we're filling. So in this instance, we're going to be filling from that side. And we're going to put our first sheet of form ply on. They're generally 4x8, cut to the size we need. Put the whalers on that support that. Move up to the next piece and up to the height of our wall. And the last piece of form ply is cut at exactly the height of the wall that we're doing, which is going to make finishing really simple. On those walls, we went right to the top of the 12-foot, even though we weren't finishing, and it makes finishing a little more difficult, right? Here it's going to be really easy. We know exactly where we need to end. Then we'll come around to this side.
Go ahead. You get in there.
Three sides. One of our sides is finished wall. We can now place our rebar secured to the footing. It's going to go all the way to the top. Place our insulation in. Place our other rebar in, and put this first piece of form ply up to the 4-foot level. That's going to allow us to shovel our material and get in there and ram. This wall is too narrow to build a complete form all the way to the top, and we rarely do that, right? You'll see it done in operations where they're much more automated with bigger mixing units and conveyor belts and everything. They'll have guys in there and it'll be continuously going. So it's a much faster system, but this is custom work, right? So we're gonna fill and ram to a few inches below this, then we're gonna add our next piece. Typically our rebar grid is in a 2x2 pattern, so every 24 inches vertically and every 24 inches horizontally. And that's all you really need in just about any seismic condition. Anything tighter than that, by the way, because engineers like to over-engineer things, and we've had them call for 1-foot spacing. I can't get in. I'm not that skinny to work inside there. And this is a non-living structure, we call it. So the greenhouse and the sauna are not. There's no one living in these structures, so they're only 18 inches thick. But on a house, our minimum Our minimum is 24 inches thick. That in a 24-inch thick form, you have plenty of room to move around and do what you need to do in there, including setting electrical boxes, water boxes if you're going to put them in, other features in the wall. You're going to find this today a little bit tight to work in. And sorry, my phone's on. I'm just going to turn that off.
That's for me, Max.
Yeah, it might be for you. So what's going to happen is the insulation we buy, whether it's XPS or rock salt, we don't want the 4-foot pieces, the 4x8s, we want 2x8s because you're going to have to be in here at some point straddling that insulation and with a foot on either side and ramming. And if it's 4 feet, you know what's going to happen, right? It's not pleasant. Like, this on me is not 4 feet, it's less than 4 feet, so I don't want to have an accident in there. So at 2 feet, we're placing it. When we get just below the 2-foot level of ramming, we're going to add our next piece of insulation. We have jigs to hold that insulation in place as we go up the wall. We'll also have jigs up top holding a rebar right where we want it, because it tends to want to drift on you. And as we get closer to the top, we can move those jigs to help that part be where we need it to be. We're also helping, you'll see when we're filling, there's a way we fill with insulation. It's one side, the other side, one side, the other side. If you fill one side of the wall, the insulation wants to move on you, right? So we want to fill it evenly all the way up. Then we're gonna, this board, we're gonna secure a kick plate at the bottom to hold the bottom of that form and hold our shape of our wall, and then the whalers will do the rest. Typically, on a 24-inch wall, I have a 36-inch footing, so I'll have 6 inches of material extending out here of footing that we can nail a kick plate to. If you're doing above grade walls, like your actually finished wall, this point right here is going to be above the grade. There's another way to do it, because that's going to be exposed. So we want to do it a bit differently. But for usually we're below grade with the wall to begin with. So this is very typical in forming. What we're going to try and do is avoid getting these lines. So this is where our form ply is connecting. And because there's such tremendous pressure on the wall, those joints kind of want to move. Even with the whalers, they're going to want to bend a little. So there's ways to avoid that. It's just an experience thing. If there's ever any damage to this, so this is called paper-faced form ply is the nickname. The industry name is medium density overlay. It's for decorative concrete work. So it is a paper face that resists moisture. All woods, conventional or otherwise, are going to pull moisture from our mix, right? So it's going to speed up curing. We don't want that. We want to slow it down. So this actually slows down the transfer of moisture to the wood. There's also high density overlay, which is more expensive, and that's sort of like a plastic coating on the wood. And you'll tend to see that in even higher end concrete work or in areas where it's very humid. And people have used regular plywood, and then you should oil it. The problem with wood is it's if you've ever seen concrete work done with regular plywood, the wood's going to stick to the concrete, and when they peel the form, it's going to stick to the wall, and we don't want that happening. But you can, if you really want to, use smooth one-side plywood. What we do is that we then oil it with a non-vegetable oil, right? A couple of coats. That's going to resist the moisture wicking out of the wall. And we also don't want any material sticking to our wall, right? Because that's going to create what's called spalling, where chunks of the wall come away. And so you'll see that when we strip this wall, we're going to wash this form ply to get any of the material off and the excess pigment, because we don't want it to transfer to our next wall, right? So we'll strip it, wash it, set it up again, and do the process, and that's the process over and over. So it is quite repetitive once you get going, but it is kind of fun. And of course, we love to focus on the more artistic side of Rammed Earth, with color and highlights and features. And here you can see we opted to just take some spare pipe that was lying around and kind of randomly place it in the wall to create some light coming into what will be the entry area to the sauna, and maybe you can stick your keys in there or your flip-flops or whatever, right? You know. So what we're going to do is, bracing is so important of these end panels that typically I'll have it secured at the bottom, and I'll have 3 sets of braces on the end panel, This is a fairly short wall, so we're gonna stick with 2. But we also want 2 on that side. So you guys are gonna help me install the 2 lower braces, because we really don't want this to move on us at all. Once we start ramming that wall, if it starts to move at all on us, we're stuck with what's happening. So we got to get this right. It's unlike stick frame building, we can't correct it once that's a hard wall. So whatever we wind up with is what we wind up with. So we want to be bang on the money in terms of our plumb level and square. And that we do that by ensuring that there's plenty of bracing. So let's do that. So we need a sledgehammer. Okay, so yep, we need a sledgehammer. We've got our screws here. We've got our 2 braces, and we need a couple of curb sticks, which are right here. So I'm gonna let you guys do this. So let's do the farm. These braces here. So it's really good to anything greater than that, and it's not providing the proper kind of bracing, right? So that's a bit steep. Should be okay. We're a little more than 45, but I think we're good. So here I'm at about a 45. So the first thing we want to do is somebody's going to grab. And our American friends may not be familiar with the Robertson head bits. You guys have Phillips and the Star bit. Yeah, we use Robertsons, which are square heads, so they're really quite nice to work with. But you can use whatever screw you want. Nice 3-inch screw. Put a couple in there for me through the board into the ladder. And then here we want to make sure that we've got room to twist this form aligner in either direction, either to push the form in one direction or pull it the other, and that's actually the nickname for these. A lot of guys call them push pulls, but the correct term is form aligner, because we're aligning the form. Now, if you have multiple people working on the project, you can place these at the bottom, which is where I like them. But say you're by yourself and trying to align a wall, you can flip these and have it at the top of your wall once it's secured, so that you can take a lever and twist right in. And always the top ones go on first, because that's going to get us nice and formal and square, and then we can add the reinforcement below, which is what we're doing. So now somebody's going to take a curb stake. You want to grab one of those curb stakes, steel with all the holes in it. So this is used in concrete work and in rammed earthwork. And the benefit of, say we're doing a footing and we need to create the perimeter of the footing in wood, and we need to support that because a lot of weight's coming. We need to get it level. So that's what these holes are for, so that you can move your board up and down and then drive a screw into it. And then you'll do further, but that gets you nice and level, and then you reinforce that footing that you're pouring. Here, we don't need these because we're able to hammer into the ground. So you're just going to pound that stake in until it's good and secure, right? And yeah. So you're going to hold it. You always be opposite the guy that you're like, you want to be right there, so that if he misses to either side, he's not going to hit you. If he misses that way, he's going to hit himself, so that's okay.
Yep. Acceptable.
So you can see we're almost in pure clay here, and that clay is dry. So that's, yeah, go down a little bit deeper. There he's in kind of our tailings pile, which is a little softer. So stop there, and I'm going to just check. That seems pretty rigid to me. This is still going to be a little loose, so I know that James has us plumb, square, and level. So all I want to do is tighten this to put the tension on it, right? So am I going the right way here? Is that tightening? Yeah. So there we go. I don't, any more than that, I'm going to start to pull the form, right? So I know it's already square and level. And you always want to pound these stakes in straight up and down. If you pound it at an angle, this is going to want to walk up. If you pound at that angle, it's gonna want to walk the other way. So straight up and down is where we want that. And if you really want to secure this in place, you can take, like say, this is even drifting on us in this position, you put a nail through one of those holes and drive down to, so that the nail contacts that, and that's not going to move now. But I think we're pretty good here. I don't think that's going to go anywhere. So now we're going to repeat that here, put the other one in there. And when in doubt, add more bracing.
So should I unscrew this in?
Just so that it's got a little bit of play each way. Yeah, like right about the middle's where I go, because we're already plumb level and square, right? So we're not going to have to put much tension on that to tighten it. You could choose either one of those, I think. I might go with the lower one, because that's about mid-wall, so I think it's going to give us a little more support and be stronger brace down there. And I'll make sure that I'm lifting that up when I secure it so that it's off the whaler. When you put these in before the whalers, you got to make sure that when you place them, it's not going to interfere with where you're setting your whalers. This bucket right above you. That's going to start sliding up the force on us. That's when we put the
nails? Well, I think we're good. Leave the nail? Not a good thing.
Ooh, it's hot today.
So the other thing you don't want to do is my rule of thumb is never cut it. We often have scaffolding on one side of the wall. But I'll show you. Like, watch what happens to the center of this wall when I put my lightweight body on it. What's it doing? It's bowing, which means this is pulling away and it can throw your entire wall out of square. So another thing we'll do is we'll screw a 2x4 up here, and then we can kind of climb it. So if you give me a chunk of 2x4 there, I'll make sure that my 2x4 is firmly rested on the ground.
What's the noise out there? Are they logging or are they?
No, it's the Fire Smart community. Everybody cleans up all that loose brush from the property. They leave it out at the driveway and they come and they chip it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Getting rid of all the fuel.
So it's a chipper.
Wood chipper. Yeah.
If you ever want to climb these rollers, stick close to where it's supported. Roll up the end. Now we only have a roof in this wall.
Can anybody watching confirm how our audio is?
Want me to listen?
Sure. If our audio is terrible, we will see if we can fix it for tomorrow.
Says I'm looking at my phone.
You've all heard me. I'll use this one to knock it off. Threats of violence will not be tolerated. All right, guys. You ready for rebar?
Yeah, just got a vacuum out. So if you guys want to hop around, I can sort of go over what I've done. It's a little tight to have everybody in on the spot.
So you guys can all go in there and I'll stay out because I know what's happening. James can walk you through this phase.
So we're doing a grid of steel. So in each section of the wall, so one section is 8 inches here, the 2 inches insulation, and another 8 inches. So we're gonna have drilled in at 4 inches. So it'll be center, and then I went to center of this section. I'm just at 25 inches on center rather than 2 feet, so I'm not gonna add a whole extra row of steel because we have to be in here, and it's really crowded. If I had a whole nother vertical. So I've done that, drilled it out. I've measured my steel. Basically, if you take your whole wall length, I've gone down 4 inches, so we're 9 foot 10. So I cut my pieces 9 foot 10.
Do we have a big?
That, and we're gonna drop it 4 inches. So we're just not sticking over the top. So you don't really have to think that hard if you have your measurements and your fat. So prior to putting in the steel, so we don't use any epoxy. What the steel is essentially doing, we have so much weight with it. Anybody know how much per square or cubic foot?
We're gonna start today.
Any guesses?
We're gonna strip Wednesday and.
No guesses. Come on, you gotta guess at least. How big? How heavy is a rock? A cubic rock. 1 cubic foot.
Yeah, good question.
So we're about 100 to 110 pounds per cubic foot. Yes. So you take the total volume. It's, I want you guys to guess for fun. I'm not even laughing.
Yeah, I was just looking at those numbers too. It's ADHD. I don't.
You said 2?
Numbers.
2 pounds? Okay, so what I'm getting at is it's extremely dense and heavy. So the point of the vertical steel is for just lateral pressure. So if you have outside, you can see our grade's higher there, and our inside grade's going to be lower. But it's going to stop any kind of movement laterally, is the idea. And then it also, concrete and rammed earth are very strong in compressive strength, but they'll be weak in tension. So steel adds tensile strength, similar to building concrete. So anyways, I've got those marked out, drilled out, and now I'm going to vacuum them because all the powder will kind of restrict us from getting our steel in. So we're using 10M rebar, which is 3/8 essentially, 3/8 ½ inch almost. So I've done ½ inch holes, and they'll be nice and snug in there. I'm just gonna vacuum them out and give them a little bit of blow with air too, because it helps.
Concrete structure, it's more, the walls are thinner, they're 8 inches or greater, or sometimes even less than that. They're going to embed the concrete sticking out of the footing, so they'll do an L and the concrete will come up. And we used to do that, but what we found was now we have rebar sticking up everywhere, and we're not doing. Concrete guys will form the entire structure, so that'll be embedded in their wall in the core. But we have exposed concrete everywhere, and it's dangerous. So, consulting with the top engineers in Canada, they confirmed that we can do a pressure fit here without epoxy, and the weight of the wall is never going to allow that wall to lift. And so it's perfectly acceptable to do it this way under code. And we find that it's a very quick process to drill these holes and place our rebar, right? So it's much safer and easier to do.
So I'm gonna
With my hammer.
And tap them down. Okay. I'm only gonna put the back ones in because we gotta cut some insulation, right?
Yeah, it's just straight though.
Oh, I guess we can get it in with these in.
Yeah, we can drop it
Okay.
over.
So, I've done this. Somebody wants to set those in the holes for them.
Peter,
Yep.
we're gonna want to throw just a vertical.
I know.
Oh, you do want to put one in? Okay.
I know.
I've told them when they
told me
climb,
not to.
stick. Well, I said you don't have to. As long as you stick to climbing where the ladders are.
Yeah,
And
we should be okay. I was just thinking
this is a
for
short wall.
accessibility.
Yeah.
I say
But if you guys are doing that, you'll be fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Stick to the end panels and climb there.
Put one in.
So far, this was only part of this. This
On
was
the next
sucks.
wall, which is a little wider, we will, or a little
Also,
longer.
it blows at the same time. You know it does. It sucks one end and blows out the other.
You can see it drops. I got it. As long as it's in there,
You're looking a bit short there,
it drops
boss.
down pretty considerably, right?
Are those all the same size?
Ouch. Yeah. I know I could have made them longer, but
It's okay. That gives me a chance to show how we can make them a little bit longer when they're.
we can extend them.
Yeah.
I'm literally out of steel.
Oh, right. Do we have any
We have
horizontal?
like 8-foot lengths.
That's
but
all we need.
This is over 8, so I used all my long pieces.
So you're doing the rebar run tomorrow morning?
We're good for today.
We're good for today and maybe tomorrow. Well, for this whole wall, right?
We're good for the whole wall.
Okay.
Let's pull this one out, because you see how it's crooked? I'm going to try to straighten that.
Yeah, bring it out here.
Yeah, let's try and straighten that before we get it in there.
I actually have a method for that. So this is why I build the tappers the way I do using Schedule 80 hollow pipe. So if you grab one tamper, somebody grab this one. This also works if you don't have a rebar bender.
Our bender.
So
You're the boss.
you slide yours over the other end.
You're now the boss.
So you're coming up as far as you can, set it on the ground, and stand on it. Stand on it, both of you. And I'm gonna go here, and now I should be able to bend this. Oh, it's not gonna sit still for me. Maybe I gotta come out a bit. Yeah. Oh, okay, that's the wrong way. Let's get it like that. I'll try it this way. No, oh. So I might have to get it over a table or something to do this. Let's try it on a table. It's not gonna work on the flat ground. So no, I need that bar. Just put it on the end of the bar again. Good. I'll take it from you guys. I want to poke Michelle with it. And we're just going to lay it across the flat here. And now, actually, that's to the bend. So if somebody wants, a couple guys want to hold that in place. So that just get a steady weight on it. See how I've got a hole in the bottom so I can shoot my rebar through there? And now I just find this bar. And I used to have the strength of 10 wiggle room in, but I probably got enough to run this straight. That's for the camera. So that worked out not bad, right?
Yeah.
Pretty straight.
Much better than it was.
Yeah. So that's why I build these campers with hollow pipe and a hole in the bottom, so that we can always extend rebar through the top. There we go. Another little trick of the trade, right? Little tip. I don't think I've drilled a hole in this one. Yeah. So I have multiple tampers built. This is for pure hand tamping, so that's a 4x4 1/4" steel plate. This is always 1/4" steel plate I use. This little triangle is for getting into tight spaces. But you see the ones we're using are, I believe, 2 inches by 3 inches, which is for edge tamping. And that's all we're doing in the middle. We're only gonna edge tamp like we did in the way we rammed in the samples. We're only gonna tamp around the edge to create a nice quick line. You wanna leave the material in the middle loose so that it binds with the next level. So that we're getting a monolithic wall structure. A lot of rammed earthers tamp their layers flat, creating essentially a pull joint that doesn't bond to the layer below it. And that's not what we want. We're going to produce a longer lived, stronger wall by making sure that the middle material stays loose when we ram the next layer. It's all pushed together, right? Yeah. So now, if somebody sitting over to the left of the pad is our stack of insulation. You guys want to bring me, we're going to need at least 1, 2, 4 sheets of that insulation brought down here. Japanese saw. Yeah, that would be good.
You want me to do anything?
If you don't mind making a mess, then that's what we'll do. I'll show them this way. Some people
This is the last one I put in, right?
Yes.
Around the space. Well, you can do a hot wire cutter too, right?
You know what actually?
That's what the vacuum
Yeah, and it's literally like
Right, that's what I'm trying to avoid here. And we did use last year a Japanese wood saw, which cuts really sweet, like one of those stick ones. But I teach everybody this method so that
It's the least messy.
yeah.
however, it's also not the best for
Well, you'll find that. Okay, let's take these off, guys. And set one of those sheets down here. So I do have the other ones you can just put there. I do have multiple tape measures around. But what we want to do now. So in this instance, we're going our existing insulation to the flat of that wall. So we're going to measure what that is every layer, because it may change slightly because of this insulation. You can see that it sort of deviates on us. It's in 2-foot pieces, so we're going to look at our first 2-foot piece. We're going to take a measurement, and that's what we're going to cut that at. So you want to hold that there, and you and I are going to measure both at the top of the insulation and the bottom, just to see where we are. I've got. It's pretty close to 5 feet. Let's go to the bottom. Looks like a little more than 5 feet to me, doesn't it? No, it isn't. That looks almost exactly 5 feet.
Could be 60.
Is the
Yeah.
intent to
It is down-
square this up on that end?
We wanted to pressure fit it in. So
But
it
as
doesn't
far as
move
the
up.
deviation is, you're not in the center, so you're gonna try and correct it on
We're
that
gonna,
end?
well, we're gonna try and correct it on both ends.
Oh, okay.
'Cause
So then should I have been measuring,
No, you're,
if you're gonna go in and square?
it should still be 60, right? So let's cut a 60-inch piece of insulation. So what I do is I take a fine marker or a pencil. Let's get 60 at the top. 60 at the bottom. You could do, if you're really good with the square, you could just go like that. But I like to double check my measurements.
Strips for top of wall.
That,
Top of wall. Oh yeah, the wood piece.
draw a line.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna go do it.
You're gonna do that.
There's my knife. Okay. So for the
So I
first
beveled
score,
that top sheet.
if you're not handy with a
And then
knife,
next sheet
I'll
I
just
cut.
put pressure on my square and guide it down. Just going down, you know, a quarter of an inch, right? Staying tight to that. Then I'll go a little bit deeper, trying to hold my knife straight. Deeper and deeper and deeper.
So you're gonna
As you
cut
get
another sheet.
close to the
No,
bottom,
that's top wall.
this should
That's the top
snap.
wall.
Yeah, like,
Somebody wants to continue cutting that.
come up here for a second.
Or could you probably save it?
This, yeah, that's wrong. Right, that was the seagull. So cut it out along the line, this wall going. Once that strip is
Is that Toronto guy? Hit the translation button.
Can you?
If you want to ask questions, you have to ask in English.
Yeah,
No habla español.
we don't have a translator on here.
It's okay.
I think we'll be able to
They
see
can
after.
ask in English if they have a question.
Yeah.
So let's see how straight that turned out. Not bad, right? Okay, so you can just finish the cut with the knife. The more we hold it up, the more. Let's just pull it out. Yeah. So this is our pressure piece. So let's go see how our pressure fit worked out.
But you have to, yeah, it's just like.
We're gonna wait until we get our champers in, but a lot of times you have to pull some rebar out to get that in because this has absolutely zero flex. XTS has a roll flex.
Peter, can you hook up the Brad now?
This is a much higher compression of insulation. I think that isn't this designed for under pads?
That's high load, yeah, it's like 100 psi square inch, so like
Right.
100 pounds per square inch to compress it,
Right. So
which is like extremely
a lot.
stiff. Yeah. You don't have to go that high, but the reason for using XPS over EPS, so the difference is, you know how the foam you get in like packaging for a tool, say like a table saw, and it's all that white foam, that
It's
flake?
this pellety.
Yeah, so that's called expanded polyiron.
Yeah.
So this is extruded, and this is essentially waterproof as well.
Yeah.
So that stuff will just suck in moisture, and if
And
you hit
this-
it with your rammer, it's gonna flake out into your wall.
Over here, Peter.
Oh, you need over there?
If you actually move that piece that Max put there, so on our first course, somebody did get, you can see that piece of insulation, it came up. So they must have hit it really good,
They contacted the insulation with.
and then that flaked over, so that, but if you do, just imagine with that other styrofoam, how much it would get
It
everywhere.
gets everywhere just touching.
Yeah, it's horrible, right? So there's other methods. Like I'm concerned about the environment, but if I take the longevity of the structure, and if I'm using this type of a product, like over time,
Sequestered in the wall.
you're winning.
Yeah.
Right, you're better for the environment because this is staying for a much longer time.
Yeah. Preferably at least 500 years. If we do everything right, there's no reason we shouldn't get that type of longevity out of this wall system. So what James and I are about to do now is put in what's called a corner chamfer. Okay, CHAMFER.
Sham or cham?
Either way, chamfer or chamfer, either pronunciation is good. So what the point of this is that it's fine to do a 90-degree corner, but what you're going to find is the stone is going to want to collect in that corner. It's not going to tap as well, and it produces a sharp 90-degree corner. since we are weaker than concrete, it's going to be a fragile corner, which if you hit with a board or something, you may knock a chunk out. Also, if you walk by, it's kind of sharp on the way. So you can see a really nicely done 45-degree corner chamfer there. It's a nice feature. It also can create, when you're joining walls, it'll hide imperfections, and it's a nice feature. And that chamfer can be, at the dimensions we have it here, it can be a little bit smaller, a little bit bigger. It's up to you. Typically I make it out of this, and I cut 245s in strips, and I find that if we're not perfectly square on our wall, we can compensate with our chamfer. These are cut out of dimensional lumber in a triangle, which doesn't give us as much room to play with. So we want to have our wall as square as possible. What we don't want is material getting in behind it. And so if we don't have a perfect 45 and a nice cut chamfer, you're going to see here, there's going to be some spaces where we have imperfections. Those are going to show up on our wall. It's okay, as long as we can achieve our 45.
If you're okay with it.
If you're okay with it.
because I don't mind that it looks a little rusty.
Right.
Right.
So this is a rigid brad nailer, okay? That's one of the tools we have on our list. I have a little Makita compressor that runs it. That's very inexpensive and easy to move around with you around the site. It's electric. We need some nails.
Peter.
Oh, Peter.
It's okay. So most brad nailers will handle different sizes of nail. These are 1.5" brad nails, which is what we want for securing to our chamfer. But I think, what does this go up to, James? 2.5?
2.5, I think. Yeah, and then, but that's also 18 gauge, so you can get heavier
Correct.
or lighter gauge.
Right. Heavier.
18, like, once this is secured and we start ramming, it's not going anywhere.
Right.
Right? It doesn't need a lot to hold it in the corner.
So we're going to take these
Interesting
nails,
concept.
make sure that the pointy end is pointed in the correct direction. You just drop it in like that. Make sure those line up. And you can go to there and then give it a push. That's now locked into place. I'm just going as if you had no knowledge of tools, right? This has a safety trigger feature, so it's not going to fire until I depress this orange head and press the trigger like that. And you can go pretty fast with one of these. Maybe you have a different preference of tool, right? Like I have Makita drills. James, what do you have? Milwaukee?
Yeah, I can't find it though. It's gone.
No, it's around. We'll dig it up. He has Milwaukee tools. One of the things you don't ever want to do with a power air tool, in my opinion, is set it in the dirt. Okay.
Or walk with your finger on the trigger.
Or walk with your finger on the trigger, right? So what you want to do here, this tool is set on a piece of wood. Dust gets inside these tools and clogs up the bushings and wrecks the tool. So our drills, we're always setting on a whaler, but never above shoulder height, because you don't want anything falling on your head, right? Never on top of a ladder, never where you can kick it off of scaffolding. So you're always being well aware of the tools. A lot of these are my tools, some are James. I don't want any of them wrecked, especially his, because I have to pay for it, so.
No,
Is there a spot I can move this to then?
Yeah, you can set it on the table over there. We're done with it for now. Oh, wait, let me cover that quickly. So this is a Bosch hammer drill, okay? I like the Bosch tools for hammer drills, and it's got 3 settings on it. So that's purely, you can see it looks like a hammer.
right here.
So that's purely the hammer setting. That's used when you have a chisel attachment or something and you're chiseling and you just want it to go bang, 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 bang. We have it set on the combination drill and hammer setting for drilling into concrete. So not only is it hammering, but it's spinning the bit. It's not a chisel blade, it's a concrete drill bit in there. And then you have the last setting, which is purely a drill bit. This is a depth gauge, right? So say James has in-floor heat in that pad. Set at what depth, James? 4 inches?
Yeah.
So if we take from here and we set our gauge, you just push that or pull it. Which one is it on the Bosch here? I forget. Wow, that's locked in. I didn't eat my Wheaties this morning. There we go. So down loosens it. You can now set that depth gauge to 3 inches, lock it in place. And now when you drill, you're able to see when you hit 3 inches, so we know we're not going to penetrate his water line when we secure concrete nails to it. as a rule, I don't like to drill in over top of water lines, because if we make a mistake and hit it, that's a big repair, right? We have to drill a big square out and do all kinds of stuff. So that's basically the tool. When you operate any drill or anything, staying plumb while you're drilling, you know, there's a tendency to want to drift off, so try and stay as square as you can whenever drilling a hole. Who has, like, I didn't ask you guys, who's got like a construction background?
I have a light construction.
Light?
I've used these before.
You've done lots of construction, enough? Yeah. So you might be familiar with hand tools, but I'm going to give you just a brief overview of the hand tools we're using and their proper operation. Any tool that's spinning, okay, a drill or a saw, you want to bring it up to full speed before you start to use it, right? So the tendency with, like say a skill saw, is to just press the trigger and go. Let that blade get up to full speed before you start using it. Same on the drill, right? Then you know it's not going to bind. Right?
These
So,
things have a tendency to.
Let's put this camper in.
okay, so I'm going to let somebody else do the nailing. What you're going to do is start at the bottom.
Okay, I cut this a hair short for the overall because I didn't want this to protrude.
Bring it where you want it.
It's where I want it.
Okay.
Yeah, just one
Are
second.
you nailing it to both front
Yeah.
and back, or side and back?
But I'll just give you an example here. So it would seem like you want to go perpendicular to the board, but you don't, because what's going to maybe happen in the nail is they're only 1.5 inches, and it may want to do this. So you're going to try and get about 80 degrees in there and fire that way, both directions.
Fire one.
Start at the bottom and go about every 18 to 20 inches. Get one and press as you fire the gun so that it's pushing the board tight. And now the opposite side. Perfect. Now go up, 18, 20 inches, do it again, and we're gonna do that all the way to the top. And James should be able to hit the top for us.
I guess.
So what do we do when we get a new tool? What's the first thing you do?
Open it.
You open it.
yeah.
What's the second thing you do?
Manual.
Read the manual, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Sounds good jokes.
You probably should. It depends if it's the first or second time you bought the tool.
But you may get the
It's easier for you.
what is it, the
Hey,
next
check.
generation version of the same
try?
tool, and there may
We
be
got-
changes on it. As a rule, I actually read
Where
my
do I leave off?
tool thing because there's
That's
maintenance
okay. You can throw a
recommendations.
couple extra. We just gotta fold
I
it
don't
together,
want to
right?
void the
Oh,
warranty.
hey,
Ooh,
Kevin,
stepping on that.
don't nail into a knot,
Right.
okay? Because that knot is extremely hard and it's gonna bend.
Yeah.
So just go
That's
above it. Yeah,
professional
and then push pretty
tip
hard
there.
to try and get the
Also
torque
watch
out of
a
it.
couple YouTube tutorials
There you go.
on whatever, especially if the brand is putting out.
There's the beauty of YouTube, you guys. You can see a tutorial on just about anything on Earth, process, procedure. However,
You pass
Ram
that
Earth,
to
the
me.
tutorials
We're
seem
gonna
to be
do
a
the
bit
same
spotty
thing
and not
on
so
this
good, so
corner.
we're working on it now.
Okay.
This is going to be
So
a good
that
tutorial
piece is
for
sitting
people.
there, but what I'm gonna do on that one, rather
this
than
forming
doing full
system.
length, I'll just cut a piece to fit
It's
on
not
top
that
after
dissimilar
the
to a lot of forming systems, except, like I
And
said, this is
we're gonna
custom
want
work, not
probably Max to help you guys
mass
set that
production
one.
or reusable. To some degree, it's reusable,
So
but
you
not
don't
multiple
fill that whole hole
houses.
in, hey James? Like you don't,
So you're
you
able
don't
to
have anything
take,
behind there.
No,
We're creating
say
this
your
channel for on
interior
this phase,
walls
right?
are,
Yeah, and so it gives you like
stud
290s.
form,
Yeah, yeah.
and you're gonna finish with a nice
So you
tin
still wanna
roof
start
or
on the
something.
bottom.
Is that
You
just
can
for
reuse this
aesthetic?
wood.
After
For
So-
that, you can use it for a
Best,
number of
just, best
things.
way to describe it is like if you
Whereas I
if you
actually
try
want
to
no
match up
OSB in my
100%
house.
if there's any movement or
I don't want
variance
any
in
engineered
any
woods
part of the
anywhere in
environment,
there.
you can't change it after the fact.
got
So if you
a
have something that looks
green
deliberate, it's
grade
gonna disguise
plywood.
it.
You can use
So
that
I can
as
show you like
flexible.
as I did
It is,
that
but the
greenhouse.
goal was to be able
I
to
got
reuse
better,
it, and then
and added
also
more
once it's
bracing
done,
and
it's
more
getting
fruit.
If we have
turned
time, I'd love to
into,
see
some
it.
of
Oh,
the
we will.
shelving.
We'll have to, I'll show you
Right,
like
you might have to,
Cool.
you know,
I'll show you like
you're gonna
where I
find that
started
your,
and you can see the
your
progression.
form
and
ply tends to get damaged
Basically,
the
like
more
I'm
you use it.
in no way pleased.
Particularly
I just got
chamfers,
better
the way
as I
I
went,
make them,
and I
out
knew it
of
was
the
a greenhouse.
material
It's not
itself,
like
and
my.
there's an example of
It's
that in the
gonna be quite
manual.
the greenhouse. However, I'm
You
not.
really, it's based on,
I'm happy
I think
with
the smallest we go
the
is about an
overall
inch and a half,
look,
because
right?
Yeah.
they're almost
It's
a
gonna be
triangle when you
functional,
cut
yeah.
It's
that
something
small.
special either
So I
way.
want a little bit of
Right?
flat on the back.
So I just wanted to learn, and I was like, it's not gonna be a house.
But what that does is
So-
even when we're imperfect, you're able to press that
I
in and
had,
get a really
I'd
tight
always
fit with those
intended on doing
chamfers.
more than just that.
If you look at this,
And
you
then
can
and
see
then
as
you
we're
do, you
going
get
up,
better in
it's starting, the
repetition.
material's starting to get in
So when we do
behind and
this
create a
one, so
little bit
let's
of a ridge
same
there.
thing. Let's start at the
And
bottom.
I like to avoid that, right?
Okay. Try and wedge that in there as best you can on the bottom.
And you can only staple one side, right?
Going tight to the form, right? So get it tight as you can that way.
Yeah, we're stapling both sides, right?
You want me to?
Yeah, whenever you're
go
against
ahead.
the material.
See how
the
it twisted
material
there?
itself, you only do one side.
So you
Now
want to kind
that's
of
where
push it the other
triangles
way,
are actually
right?
easier to work with.
So it's
than
like
what I
I'm
do.
holding it square at the
But,
top so I can see it.
Yeah.
Because
Are you happy
if
with
you don't
that?
get that
it should be
form ply
fine.
chamfer right where you want it,
That inside
and
bit you're
it
not
doesn't
gonna
have
see.
enough backing, it's gonna push in when you ram and collapse that.
You kind of
chamfer.
will, but you won't really.
So you could use a combination of both. If you're
Well,
using
down
the
there,
Do
you're
you
not
want me to
gonna-
make
a
an
triangle like this,
adjustment?
I
No,
wouldn't
down
cut 'em
there
at a
you're not gonna
45,
see
I'd cut
anything.
'em at a
Oh,
bit,
right, it's underground.
It's underground.
Yeah, okay.
so that I had some play there. And we should really be oiling that. And I hate to say it, but what we use with dimensional lumber is 10-way 30 motor oil. One coat, let it dry, second coat, let it dry. That's gonna now resist sucking the moisture out of our material. And I might redo that when I notice it's starting to get really dry again. I'll hit it with a coat again. And it's
Okay,
another
we need the
reason
tall
why
guy.
we wash all of
Take
our
over, I can't even reach.
anything that's touching around earth gets washed.
You know, it's funny, Max, is like I've not had anything stick with the round dirt. Nowhere near like it sticks with concrete. Any of the formwork. Because we're always stripping it so quickly.
You know when I really have problems with it? When I'm in super wet conditions.
I can see that, but that's also the cement's reacting differently.
And my guys weren't cleaning the form ply properly.
Yeah.
And I missed it, and there was a big chunk on one, and when it was right in the middle of a wall, and when we pulled it, it pulled material away.
So what we're gonna do on the inside corners of this, because the next wall runs past, this one's essentially run past this wall. We're not gonna chamfer those, so we're gonna give ourselves a true 90 on the inside. We missed that over there, and you can see we had to really mess around to get that nice and straight after the fact. But having an inside as a true 90 is not a terrible thing, because it's nice and tight, right?
Yeah, on an inside corner.
Yeah. So we only need the two chamfers on this wall section.
And we're really gonna pay attention there to how we shovel our material in to make sure we don't get any big rock into that corner, so that we get a nice looking finish.
Okay, so
I wanna cover one other thing.
Yeah.
So, damaged form ply.
Mhm.
That happens from when we're in here with the tampers, you wanna remain perpendicular with the pneumatic, because if you turn like this, it's gonna fire into the wall and dent it. But say it does dent it, or you get some other type of damage to the wall. How I deal with that is with silicone. We've tried everything under the sun, and silicone works best as long as you get it the day before. So say we get a big gouge here, I'm gonna come with my silicone, my plating knife, and I'm gonna fill it in, and the next morning, it's hard enough. The material does not stick to it, and the silicone, if it's dry, will not stick to the wall. And that's how I repair it, right? And you could even go along, you can see we did it here, and we may do it again here if we don't get that high today, just because that's the side of the wall you're gonna see the most coming from the wall, but it should still be good. So you can take that extra step, if you like.
And that's it. Oh, yeah, there.
There's a bit of a lip there, right?
Yeah.
We used to router and biscuit the top of the wall, but we found that worked fine during the forming. When we pulled it apart, you step on that, hit it with a hammer, and it crushes the, yeah. It's not worth the time. And you will see, when you look close, so this is, James calls it, he bought seconds, so this material isn't perfect. So you can see the impression of the plywood underneath it. That's gonna show up on our wall, but it actually looks kind of cool when you see it, right? So even a bump like that's gonna show up. But those like imperfections become part of the charm of the wall, right? So we've got our chamfers in. Let's take that apart. Anybody know how to take that apart?
Yeah,
And
Kevin does too.
get our hose. I don't think we need it anymore, so we'll pull it.
Those ones are different. You gotta push.
Push pull.
You gotta push this way, like that way.
Mm.
And then, I call them man fittings.
Yep, those.
That's
I'm
right.
gonna show you.
Okay, so I don't want to knock your camera over, Michelle. We're going to be getting at this material.
Hey, we wanted
we want to put in our kicker first?
Well, we're gonna set the board, then put our kicker. Or do you want to put the kicker in first?
6 of one, half dozen.
Actually,
There's
because
your sheets here.
We don't have an end panel, so we might be right. Right? We don't have an end panel to apply it.
It's nice sci-fi, so we just got to snap our 3/4, and then we could use that 2x10, because that's gonna work for. Oh no,
I'll get you that thing around there.
I want to use that 2x10 for the scaffold.
What do we need for that?
No, I think we're gonna need that for the scaffolding. Because we gotta set up that scaffolding here. He's got the big round planks, the shoulder planks and everything, which I find really good. I don't think we're gonna do this way, so we're gonna be.
I've left the concrete nails out. I see them.
Okay, we need.
You get stung?
No, I got pinched
By what?
by my gimbal.
Okay, we gotta
They're
find
just like
concrete
really
nails.
feisty this time of year.
Something to do with the weather. It's a full moon as well.
If there's extra fermented fruit around, they get a little drunk, you know. It's really nice having shade
Yeah.
on the
it
property
was-
where we're at. There's no shade.
Yeah. Well, when we were building this greenhouse, we
yeah,
were like
yeah.
it was very confirmed that it was the best
Somewhere
place to
around
put
this,
it because it was
iron
all day
wire.
sun.
Yep.
So
Yeah, there you go.
we were like, maybe we should have built this in the winter. We ended up building it through all seasons, like
How
we
long
did.
does that take?
We
To that
dug
point?
the foundation for that greenhouse in May of 2022.
Okay.
So a year and a half, and it's not quite done.
Still seems like
Potentially
good
2
progress.
years till it's done. Yeah.
Okay.
And we would have had it almost completed by now, but we had a stop work order, unfortunately.
Oh.
Yeah, because we
Yep.
yeah. So now we're getting one, and we'll have it finished hopefully so that I can move my veggies into it for the winter.
Oh yeah.
I really want to
that's
grow
gonna be
this
great.
winter. hmm
This is a great setup you guys have.
Yeah, I know. I love it. Yeah.
How long have you guys lived here?
3 years.
3 years?
It was 3 years in May.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
Were you living in the city before?
Yeah.
You called your dog City Dogs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're both living in Calgary.
Big difference.
Yeah, James is from out here originally, but he lived in Calgary for 25 years.
Okay.
And then I was born and raised Calgary, but always wanted to move out here.
Wish I could get my wife on board for that.
Yeah, it was COVID that did it for us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that got us out here and then got us to be like, we're done with the city.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I enjoy it. I enjoy the anonymity, but right now living in a very small community, it's the least anonymous I've ever felt. But it's a great community. I'm connected like all over the place. I'm a board member at the local playhouse and all this stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't trade it at this point.
yeah.
Yeah.
You just gotta find your place.
Yep.
Extend that up and level a 12-foot wall. Right? My 4-foot Stanley is here. It's not as precise, but you can do it right. Like I will, I'll level here. I'll plumb here and here, and then I'll go up to the top and plumb and make sure I'm where I'm off with those. And I only have those 2 braces off. And when I get everything the way I want it, then I'll start bracing, and I'll constantly be rechecking because these can move on you while they're bracing them. And it's really the only opportunity you have to get it right. Because once we attach our side panels, this won't move. It'll only move as one unit. And you know, I don't know what the acceptable deviance is in carpentry anymore over 10-foot spaces of level.
For plum, you mean?
For plumb, sorry, for
I think
plumb.
8 foot's ~1/4 inch, but I think that's what Troy specifically.
It is. And we like to be at 0 tolerance over 50 feet. So that's really the reason the laser is happening. And we're also making sure that if I don't do the footing, I like to oversee the floor because I tell the concrete guys I want that thing level as possible to be because I can't come afterwards and trim this wall up 1/4 inch, right? Like you can with the stud wall. It's not moving. That's where we can actually go to the top if we have deviations. As long as they're not too much, you can hit it with a concrete grinding disc. Of course, when you put a bond beam on top of the wall, you're likely to put some sort of gasket material between the beam and the top of the wall, and that allows you a little bit of play. But if I'm out a 1/4 inch over 50 feet, that's acceptable, right? That's about it. You don't want to be any more than that. Which with an unlevel footing, I may actually be shimming up one end a 1/2 inch. That's okay because I want the top of my walls perfect, right? There you go. So it's a bit finicky. Go back down, drop it in. You wiggle it around, and when you let go, it'll be set, right? So there we go. See how that dropped down further? Now, if I get it again. Sometimes you feel finicky, right? It's just got to set, and then that. There we go. Got it.
Don't turn it.
Yeah.
Don't put that one down. You just gotta turn it forward.
Is that how you do this one? Jiggle it. Well, here, I'll pop it out and you try it. I was ready. Once you get feel it set.
So you got to remember when you're ramming the ball, the pressure's only at that lift. So when you're up here ramming, this is not going anywhere.
Just that
Usually if that's on, it's so
doing concrete drills, I'll use this hammer drill. If we're doing the rebar, I'll use my bigger
It's not
hammer
that
drill
complicated.
because it can take more.
Amazing how simple,
Pretty simple.
really mad
Right?
simple. Just blocking and
Yeah.
do left more.
Yeah, but I mean, you still have to make sure everything is secured because it's easy to get distracted. If you look at that column that's closest to us between that big opening, see how there's that part that kicked out on that one section? I missed screwing that. Now I get to look at that forever.
Oh, he was mad.
I get it.
Right? So I don't know what happened. I probably ate lunch. Or just she was walking by and I looked at her.
Problems.
One day I'll get a hammer drill and be able to do this. I don't know what Max is up to over there. You want some help, Max?
I have the exact same hammer drill and I never have this kind of trouble with it.
What are you doing?
Go ahead. Give us the full.
You just gotta turn it.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I'll go get a dress. I'll be right back.
I'm telling you, just turn it.
I know. I don't know what I was doing wrong there.
Sometimes I get confused too. It's usually on bad days. I was really tired on the weekend.
We had it in. I took it out to show him again. I couldn't get back in.
Do we need ear protection for this?
It's pretty loud.
Yeah,
Everything I do is loud.
I'm muting.
3/4.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So just to give me like it's gonna be
room.
it's gonna be tight enough. You just grab a spool, he's got a trick for it, but typically you can do a single wire. If you, I'm using a 1/4 inch, if you use a 3/16 inch and single wire is enough.
Okay. And that's just a classic like mechanic wire.
Yeah, it's like tie wire for rebar.
And you
So slide the wire in for, yeah, there you go, and then just pound the nail. Yeah. Make sure you're good on the line still.
Yep.
Here, one more. You almost feel that bite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite impressive how well it goes. And new bits are like totally worth it. It's never spend an extra time drilling.
Right.
Okay, so we can toss this in as well. So what I'm gonna
That's impressive. I've done that structure.
pull that out. I don't know who cut it.
I'm muting the audio when the hammer drill's going because it's really loud.
I'll let Max deal with that because he cut it. So. I'm glad I didn't get it. No.
Canada, they're trying to keep certain R values. The earth itself,
Max is pretty down on these stuff.
These are really good microphones or headphones.
Yeah. They're excellent.
I can't hear anything.
Okay, so now that we have that, we can actually take the form ply and put it in. But you can see why we don't want to do that until we know that that's started. So I'm going to switch gears because I don't know what he's talking about.
Me neither.
Maybe. Do you mind grabbing one of the drills for Robertson? Yeah, so one of the issues we're having is there's still a bit of movement. But we do this twist and then also has
thermal conductivity value, which is now they'll have energy engineering pieces.
so one on each side. That's one of these.
Right.
And then one on the other side.
Yes,
There should be one of those little plastic cases. The green one.
Modern electricity engineers are only now starting to think of it.
Yeah, the
Even
green
our
one.
guys for years ago.
It's kind of brown. We can fight later.
Yeah, it's like
We
probably
just met
brown.
today, so
Yeah,
it's
probably
greenish brown. I think.
Yeah, maybe there's green and brown.
Oh, James doesn't know colors.
No, I would say greenish brown.
Gray, green, and brown are
Our insulation,
all one.
right? You may have exterior insulation going down here and you may have but there's still
There's not a lot of pressure on these. It's literally just like a jig. Hey Max.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did you measure that sheet of insulation?
We did.
Okay. I need you to assess it.
Not fitting.
It's close. I mean, I could fix it, but
It looked like 60.
I didn't measure or cut it, so I wasn't involved. It's tight.
Kicking it in there.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, look.
No, it's off on the other end.
No. Well, hang on a sec. Where's my tape? So did you want me to bring it back to 8 inches over here?
I think so. You want to just follow that
Well,
line?
we're gonna have to cut 2 jigs then. We're gonna have to cut 2 jigs.
If you did it that way. I just figured we would go set it true as
I
well.
want a pressure fit, right? So like this how much over did you want to go past?
I wanted to set it so it was where it was supposed to be.
Okay, well then we might have to cut it just a wee bit.
I thought we were on the same page. I might not have been clear.
No, we were, but I thought we could. Okay, so XPS is a little more flexible than this stuff.
It's very rigid. Yeah.
This
Yeah.
has no give.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more.
And
That's
I'd
not
rather
bad, I
cut
guess.
some off and try to glue some on.
I'm gonna say outside the box. So we just put yours on that end.
That's fine. I have one out, right?
See how much you can twist it.
Let's take a quarter
So
inch
I could
off.
probably add more
Once it's cut,
smaller, right?
nice straight
Or
quarter
I
inch
thought
off,
two might
so
work.
it's already good.
But I could take the twist out completely if I
Here's
had.
my
I can't go this way. This way I can go.
and
Right. So even though that twists that little bit, you can allow the form to manipulate in the form.
you can use the other table if you want.
So the blocks kind of work.
Yeah, this has absolutely no flexibility.
It's crazy.
I mean, if we were gonna put it where that is, it would fit perfect, right? But we're gonna have to take at least. Well, let's start with a quarter inch. I want it to pressure fit nice. What I don't want is any material getting in between the connector doors and insulation. All usually cut things up here. James, what were you gonna use? Spray foam or something? Or silicone?
Sealant?
Sealant?
I'm
Acoustic
not gonna
sealant?
worry about it here though.
Okay.
I mean, the only other thing that we could maybe put in was that backer rod.
Yep.
Where we could put the backer rod.
Well, that's backer rod we usually use between two walls that have an insulation in it. Right. So there were, silicone, spray foam, whatever you think works for you. Silicone's really cheap. Like inexpensive, I mean. Right? Like cheese is like. It's hard to cut a quarter inch off. It came with 10 fingers, right?
Okay.
So we'll count them when you're done. Yeah, that's a nice deep cut. You probably don't need that anymore. You just cut it straight up and down with your knife. Or leave it there if you want. It helps. It's a nice to have it as a guide. You're gonna have to extend that knife out a little bit. There you go.
Put your blocks on right side in between, or is it just with two?
No, I'll show you if this will work.
I'm comfortable.
Just adding some weight to it.
There we go. Let's see how it fits now. Oh, you got a little corner to cut off there.
Measure how many times?
Twice. But this actually has a really little bit of flex in it. Really little bit. This might not have been enough to see.
But I also like the one.
Now, can you read the tape measure?
I dug in Maine.
our jig is gonna set the spot lights exactly where we want it. If you hold that, actually I'll extend it a little more. And I'm gonna try and get that inside edge at 8 inches away from that base. While butting up the wall. Oh yeah, there we go. That was a perfect cut. Get in. I just gotta get close because like I said, those wooden legs will hold it where we want. And let's try it on that side to see where 8 inches is. Pretty close. Man, we went over almost a full 2 inches there. So we'll get a little bit of a thermal bridge there, but this is a sauna, right? So what happened was this is a corner piece, so there's about 8 inches there, then a long piece. And we aren't actually insulating that end of the building, only the end where the sauna is. So this was sitting loose, and when they did their first shovel, instead of shoveling against this wall and pushing the insulation this way, they shoveled this way and pushed the insulation that way, and I wasn't watching, and so it moved a full 2 inches on us. And by the time I realized what was going on, we were already, halfway up, and I couldn't move it. So I tried to drift us back this way, and we're gonna try and yeah, but it is a sauna, right? So it is that we're gonna have this teeny little thermal bridge here, which isn't gonna affect the performance of this structure that much. Okay. Ready for your jigs? Well, no, ready for our form ply. All right, Peter, you want to grab this piece of form ply for me?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I know. We're just gonna move the camera so we don't knock it.
Or maybe we'll get Kevin right in the this. What you guys are gonna do is I want the factory edge, the long factory edge against that side. Against our That's right. That's our perfect cut. And so we want our nicest edge along our finished wall. And you're going to drop it in there. And what we're going to do is, how does it look up and down? Is it tight? You're not screwed up on your end. You gotta tap it down. Tap it down. Now take it and tap it on the end this way. In the middle. So we see that we're still a little loosey-goosey here. Like, a little piece of ply, a little 2x4 or something. So what I'm trying to do is push this tight against our round earth wall. We got it. At the bottom. Okay, good. Now, that's about as tight as we can get it. We're going to look on the inside to see if we're flat to the bottom of the Formwork. Looks like we are. Rock or whatever can affect the level of this board. So level. That's pretty much bang on. This board is level, so I'm happy with that. It's okay. It's actually sitting perfectly. That's more. So what we want to do now is grab a drill with the Robertson head on it and 5 screws, 5 of those little brown screws, and that's not what that.
Oh, he said the brown.
What's that? Up one. Okay, so what I want you to do is put 5 equidistant screws a little bit closer to this side so that we're getting a nice tight fit. So top, bottom, middle, and then in between there. And just a surface flush fit. Yeah, and you just double check and go, yeah, that's pretty tight against the form fly, so I think we're good. You can probably hit it another half turn there.
Are we level?
Bang on the money.
Sweet. Did we check the vertical?
We checked it with this one, but not this one.
So always check.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as you're
so even though
forming-
this was up and I set it, I'm trusting it's good, but it could have got knocked. We might have manipulated something. Once you put it together, you can't move it.
Okay,
So
why don't I get
We
Jim
can
and
move it
Jane
really
in
easy
here,
right now.
and you guys could tell me if this wall is plumb.
You want to
you-
show them the go-go gadget?
Yeah. So
Yeah, which way is it saying?
That's
good.
locked?
That's locked. Yeah.
that's unlocked.
Yeah.
Now you extend that up, and when you get it to the top of the form ply, lock it in position again. At the same height as
And
it.
you'll want to turn it 180 to put it against the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Now just lift the top out. Harder than you think. He's got to get the man strength. So he only has
No,
the
it
boy
was
strength.
locked. It was locked.
No,
He
he's-
did it
He's
fine.
still young. It's okay. He's really strong.
Yeah,
We're going
he
off
doesn't
the-
get the benefit
off
of
our
the doubt.
camera, right?
Not
So-
yet.
It was
So you
locked.
want to get it to the height of the top
And
of
she's
the
gonna have
wall,
to learn about the harassment.
Mm.
and-
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you
saw it.
We've been
Fun.
teasing her. My uncle died now. We used
Off
to get
insulation.
my tail.
So you look pretty good there, so you can lock it in position. And now you can rest it against your form ply, off of the footing though, so lifting it up a little bit, tight like this. And you're gonna look at this bubble and see if it's in the dead center of that. You like it? Yeah, now do it against the wall. And see what we did on our wall.
Yeah.
So you put it right here.
It's like it identifies as gender neutral.
I'll bet you that's awful. We've got a protrusion occurring, we've got a bunch of things happening.
Does not identify as.
Pretty close though, eh? So now you can unlock it, drop that down gently, relock it, and bring it out of there. James, what did you say one of these levels runs for now? 400 or 500 Canadian?
About that. So. But I mean, if you're doing anything over 8 feet, even if you're doing 8, if you plan to do it, I'm a big fan of using 2 levels no matter what. Because if one of them's out and you don't notice, you're gonna make a huge mess. Right? So for the cost of them versus the time
This
it takes,
never, oh sorry, this never goes on the ground because if you drive over it or even step on it, that could be the end of the tool's accuracy. So we're gonna set it always somewhere where it's not gonna get damaged.
slide it in.
You gotta continue screwing, yeah, put your 5 screws in.
Oh, hey, wait. So when you put them in, don't put them where the whalers go.
Yeah, right, good point. So he doesn't want one there. Well, we kinda gotta put one there. The top whaler's fine, but these ones the whalers are sitting on top. So if you go like here, here, right, there, and above that. Just in case we have to change anything, we can access the screws. I've actually come up with a name for that thing.
What?
A ladder back. It's a ladder back.
Do you want to just use this?
Yeah.
And even if I'll just screw them on so it's easier. Well, I'm not going to be able to pull these off.
For today, that's enough, right?
Yeah, we can reverse sides actually. This is enough for today. And we can reverse sides for the top that we have to take off.
Okay. So if you want to
You
take
need another plate this way?
right, yeah, on it. Okay, let's hook up our hammer drill again. Get the nails, the wire, and the hammer, and we're gonna back our kick plate, even though it may not move on us. We're gonna put a support here. We're also gonna nail our brace to this that we're about to put in. So, we need
I'm gonna cut you a plate.
get that ladder out there. Might be time for bikini bottoms. Getting a little warm. And what did I say to Jim later? Reno 911. Remember? The police lieutenant in Las Vegas was a little bit flighty and he had suspenders and hot pants.
Oh.
This is what he wore.
The tearaways.
It was hilarious show. You know what you could do is bring over a water bag and cups and we'll just set it on.
Yeah, good idea.
Because I'm thirsty and we need water here. We need you guys drink up water because they're in there. I put them in. Oh, you got some there. Okay. Just bring them all. Jump on in. I wear that kind of hat all the time.
I've got a big goofy hat over there.
I got my Chinese hats and I got other hats and luckily this is the one time of the day where we're kind of in the sun. In a couple of hours this will be back in the shade.
It's wonderful having shade. There's no shade up on the property where I'm at at all.
So what we'll do, I better explain this to others. So we'll wait till James has done that.
Clyde, Clyde,
So just leave it.
I'm right here.
Do another one.
Come here.
Put pressure on there. Can you go in a little bit more?
We're not giving you a very good camera shot there.
Yeah,
So, yeah, the footing took away
that's
on
okay.
is more what happened
I
there.
gotta charge my phone.
You can feel the big difference, right? It never hurts too. Like if you're over that way, you can always tie everything together a little bit.
You wanna hit the center of your kick plate too? There, I didn't.
There's no concrete.
Oh, okay, that's why.
It's not gonna catch.
Okay, so we can do a corner brace or like a. We can lap aboard to that.
Not ideal to try to teach a guy when it's not how it's supposed to be. But you got the idea, right? Every situation is going to be a little different, so having to get this in and ready for the course wasn't really in the plan.
I got you.
So this often happens when you finish concrete floors that I can't secure to. So we'll go to the opposite framed wall and we'll butt a brace like this up. But here what we can do is just simply this.
Yeah, we can do that after too.
Yeah, but I'm just showing you what I do.
But you got to remember too, Max, like this is going to also work like a strong back to a degree.
It should, but
It's not ideal.
no. And it is below ground, so you know we're probably fine. But just for the sake of finer forming, you don't want anything moving on you. I know James knows what to do. You guys don't, right?
Well, I don't always know what to do. I make a lot of mistakes.
I think you're pretty sharp.
Okay.
Main thing is just always brace.
When in doubt, add more bracing. And like I say, I'll typically have 3 layers this way on the end panel in both those directions. And if I have to set scaffolding, even if I have to go through my scaffolding, I'll brace this side too. We're not going to do it here. We're a very short wall section. We are also gonna, what we didn't do here, what we should do is put a boards or a railer across the top to hold the top splitter, right? Because as we're ramming, there's a danger without something up atop of the wall wanting to do this on the side we're filling from. So we'll do that before we start ramming. But we're still plumb, so that's good. Nope. We'll see. We can pull it out of there, but we may need it yet. If we have to actually secure anything else down right now, we're gonna, because we have to support our strong back that's going in, right?
You can yell out the brace.
We want to go up higher, right?
Yeah, we want to go slightly.
The nice thing about using these joists over dimensional, so this is dimensional, the 2x10. These stay true, right? And they're also like half the weight or less. So they're not going to crown and warp on you. Yeah, totally.
Crown of wood. And remember, he did most of the forming work himself, so those were kind of nice to work with compared to like a 2x10 or 12, which is a much heavier.
So somebody can stand this up.
I just want to put the form ply against the wall.
Right. And you're gonna hand this to him when he wants it. I'm gonna get some water.
I want to protect the portion of the rammed earth that we're going to be working around.
You can brace against these walls, even though they're still under 28 days old, as long as nothing.
Trench a few. Just hang on to this for me for 1 sec. So we'll put this face against the ground earth. Okay. But I just have to make a mark of it.
Interesting living in a style where there's little to no chlorine in the water, they're going back into the city.
That's terrific. Absolutely terrific.
So these are 11 7/8 wide. So I'm setting this to be 11 7/8 off the form ply. And then when we set it plumb, it's sandwich, right?
Don't want it.
What's that? Oh.
It's not. I'm just
Okay, so if you, so
bit of salt.
I'm putting it against the wall, even if you have that there.
So you like the project videographer, or
Yeah, it's like in the middle,
you involved in
so
it?
like here.
I just connected with my.
So I'm gonna set it here,
to the side.
and it should work out this fine.
Thanks, I
Instead of trying to
posted
drill.
with the workshop we were doing in Ontario.
So I'm gonna give you that to hold as well, and then when I'm ready.
Filmed it, learned how to do it. So this is round 2. Now we're just doing video scale and doing some research. Cool. We're gonna sell some courses in Randra Cuba. We're working on, so.
Steel toe used.
Oh, they're depressed.
Well, yeah, it's fun to
CSA.
come and learn.
Must be new. You ever heard of them?
Good balance.
Yeah.
I have steel posts.
Oh,
I just, hey?
I believe you do. Like anybody building has to.
I just, I love runners.
Yeah.
So until we get,
Okay.
we got that.
Yeah.
So you can see the idea, we're trying to protect
Yeah.
this, right?
Right. Now, did you cut?
So I'd look it up. I cut them like, I just went 2 foot. And then I set them 11 and 7. So when the whaler goes in, if the whaler sticks past, you'll see when we put it on, but if, as long as I'm catching on this edge.
So what you guys can see happening here is once
Yeah,
he
you
gets
got
that in
an inch
place, we're gonna
So
short
when we slide,
whaler
we're
in.
gonna drill them back.
Most of
Just
our
to make
whalers
sure
are
they
long
don't
and they're gonna
pull
run
away,
into the
nothing
ground
gets
here
weird,
on
and
the
everything's
first
just
two.
tight, right?
So the first two are gonna be short and then we don't
You
care
can
how
see
long
that I'm off
they
down
are,
here.
Yes.
as long
But
as they're
the
secured
form flies
properly
out.
and
So typically
holding
what
our
I'll
form
do
fly
is
in
put the
place.
foam in after. I'll just pin this on the bottom with a couple nails. Hold this
Back into your.
back.
Yeah.
And where's our brace?
So the other thing we can do, so we'll,
Put the arms on.
I'll grab a couple whalers.
Let's put the first one,
Yeah, let's throw that one in.
so it's first it's out of the
Once we do that, we can pound that nail in further, and we'll just grab another block and screw it in here. So that's going to give us extra back pressure in case it pushes. Right? There's only 2 screws there. We're just adding to it. So
So if you've got that where you want, yeah, I back screw a 3-incher that way. So we need a 3-inch screw right in there. And Robertson drill.
I got it.
Got it? Okay. So typically when you do this, I'll hold this tight for you. If somebody holds it tight here, now I can put a little pressure on it. That's pretty tight. And he's going through all pieces of wood to secure that.
So I got rid of those hexes through there because I didn't think they were doing much. I'm just adding a screw as a toe screw.
Okay.
Through there.
So we're not doing
That's-
X's
Yeah. We don't want this to drift up on us.
To drift up, but that's also going to hold better than anything
Yeah.
in here because of the gap, right?
Yeah, and all of our pressure is outward pressure on the wall, right? Nothing really coming up or down.
So we're not doing X's anymore.
No, we're gonna stick to the 3-inchers.
The block you can throw on there.
The hex ones are aluminum too, so they tend to break and snap.
These guys.
I like to use the hex heads, but the metal ones, 3-inch
Yeah,
metal.
those aluminum ones, they snap and then.
The thing is if we're drilling down into material with a Robertson screw, it fills up with all the little chunks. Very hard to get your bit in there after and pull it out. But with the hex head with this chunk on it, where's that other drill? This one. Nothing fills up, and then you can just go pull that screw out. For anything downward, that I use the hexes, and for anything vertical, whatever you guys use in the States. The other thing is this is the screwing the whaler system. One of those 5-foot pipe clamps, they're laying around here somewhere. Oh, they're leaning against that tree right there. Yeah. So say you're having trouble getting that to suck up to the wall. You can take, I use these 5-foot pipe clamps. You can get these at Home Depot. You buy the 2 ends separately and the pipe separately. Then you can just, from whatever side, set that on and tighten that. We actually, when we go to do a house, never use screws. We'll drill holes in here, run this pipe clamps through like this, and rest our whalers on there, and just tighten them all the way up. No screws, very fast, but you need 60 of these, right? And that's a lot of weight to be hauling around. So most people are not going to buy 60 pipe clamps, but it's nice to have 4 or 5 when you have to tighten something or get these whalers to squish on. So there you go. cheap and easy tool. And at 5 foot, that'll handle up to
So,
a
we put 3 screws in.
36-inch wall, 30 to 36-inch wall.
I'll add another one here.
Where's the wind?
We can throw those other whalers in.
We need another short one.
There's none.
Okay, let's throw one in and see if it hits
I
our.
can cut those in half.
Well, let's see if it'll fit.
I can cut them in half. No, it's going to be really long.
Okay.
I got a bunch.
You have to cut. You want to cut it in half? You want to cut a third off?
It'll fit, but I mean, as long as nobody walks on them, right?
Yeah.
We can also brace them. They'll fit. As long as we screw the one in first, right?
Yeah.
It might not.
That's not going to fit because we're running into our brace. So we got to cut this one a little.
We had another short one.
We used them.
I used it.
So here you go. Take that to Jim.
Or do you want to just put it on the next one up? Or you
No,
that?
no, you
One
gotta
at a
go in
time?
order. Yeah. We didn't brace our. We did not brace that yet, so we actually need to brace that first.
It's hard to get up there until we add a few, right? Unless you want to put the ladder up. I was going to cut
Okay, no, you're. Yeah, we'll do it your way.
it. We can brace it. It's going to be snugger.
I'm just thinking that's how much movement's on that thing. Tell me if this is moving at all up top. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So we need the ladder. We need the ladder, we need a sledgehammer, we need a curb stake, and we need this brace.
You want a sledgehammer or do you want to pin it into the footing?
Well, we're running into the same problem there that maybe we ran into there.
If you can make it work without, it's nicer.
Yeah, without the curb stake?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
with the curb stake, I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna try it with the curb stake. So grab that and that. Bring the ladder. We're also gonna need the drill with the Robertson chuck and a couple of 3-inch screws. Finding a nice place for this ladder here. Let's see. Without touching that. I don't know if I'm gonna get any better than that right there. Okay. You need to set that in. So bring that brace in. Do not let it strike our wall. And put it behind the ladder, going up that way.
We're going to pin down in the corner here somewhere.
Yeah, we're gonna go right about there because we're gonna drive a curb stake in. And then drop it right about there. Yeah, this isn't gonna work with the ladder. I'm gonna have to lower it. Can you get up there? Yeah. Just a couple of screws.
We can do one
For now. Yeah.
until you get it stuck.
You can take that out. Okay, do we have enough play either way on that? Yeah. So let's get our curb stake man in. Hammer and crew.
Hey, Jim. Curb stake.
Oh, that's a problem.
What? Too close?
Well, because we're at more than a 45, the curb stick wants to go in like that. Actually,
It'll go.
yeah, give it a tap. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. It's pushing that way.
That's okay.
Okay,
As
keep
long as you
going.
got room for adjustment.
We can always take the screw out and move it again.
I'm not going to swing it wide because I don't want to hit
No,
this wall.
yeah, the railroad swing's fine with me. But we just gotta get it in there pretty good. Although we're gonna find that this ground at the footing level is much harder than up top. So stop for a second.
Yep.
I think that's pretty good. Okay. So now guess what we have to do? We have to check the plumb on this wall and
Hey,
see
Max,
how far we pushed it that way, if at all. Yeah.
we need to get those ladders on because we're not gonna be able to put the ladders on for the higher portions and then brace to a ladder.
This is true.
Yeah.
So it's okay. The brace is good. We can unscrew it and put it back in. So we can unscrew that brace and put it back in if it gets in the way of our ladder.
We can fur out around it. That's fine. I can fur out around it.
No, it's one screw, right? And I might have to move it anyway because this was pushing as we were driving it in. So what I'm going to do is,
Take level.
yeah, the 4 foot will do for now.
There it is.
That's actually level right there. Hey, and a tape measure, someone?
Yeah, I got you.
So what we're trying to see is if that gap is actually a problem. So we have an 8.
Is it on or off?
It's on, but my phone's overheating. If I'm over there. Oops, already
Did
over.
it overheat?
It overheated over there. Yeah, let her cool down.
Is there lots of comments? Like how many?
tonight. And I want you guys here right at 8 a.m. We're going to do some more stuff today. Be here right at 8 a.m. because we're starting and we want to finish this wall tomorrow. So it's going to take us all day.
Well, you made it, boo-boo. You just knocked my foam out. That was protecting around there. There you go. Well, that's, I mean, we spent all that time. We don't want to wreck it.
That's right. I'll turn that into a wonderful feature.
Nope. Okay, so let's tape that. Let's finish it so it's ready, and we need our these guys.
That's right. Yeah, we're going to finish all that. But when we're done, we're going to tarp it for the day.
Yeah, and you can see that form ply has watermarks on it, so it was saturated when I put it up yesterday, but it will dry out.
Okay. So anybody wants to see what's happening with our insulation jigs that are holding our insulation in place, having them a little shy of the width of our wall so that they drop in. So on there, that's going to hold that insulation in place as we fill it. As we ram up, as we're ramming, we can lift them out and then put it back in for the next layer. But when we get to the top of that layer, we won't really do it. Then we're going to do that all the way up. What we're going to do right now, as I told you, if we get any material in between this form ply and this waver, it's going to blow. So you guys got to tape that entire joint all the way down past the end panel. It's nice to have two people doing that. One guy pulls the tape and the other guy sets it in place. I'm going to move these screws out of your way. We spent quite a bit of time getting this exactly where we
Just
want
that first one, once you lock that first, once you ram that first layer, like you can use it.
I typically use tuck tape. Do you guys know what that is?
Get your
It's used for taping insulation or poly together.
Yeah, so when we load the form, we'll like step on it.
How much of an overlap do I want on here, Max?
None. Just try and stay on the green, and then I don't care how much goes the other way. Because that will show up as a smudge on our walls, on our finished wall.
That thing exploded on me.
What thing?
The water thing.
What do you mean exploded on you?
Well, I lifted it up and then the lid fell off and then it spilled all over me.
Oh, that's okay. Are we
Sorry.
out of water?
Yeah.
That's what this is for.
I know. And I saw both handles and I thought that would have been the smart handle.
It was just leaking all
But
over
it
the form.
was leaking all over the form
It's so
ply.
sad because water's so expensive here.
I know.
What's that?
It was leaking all over the form, so that's why we moved it.
Oh, that's not good.
That's why I picked it up.
I think I asked Alex to bring it over and set it there.
That's why we moved it.
Yeah, it's okay. And the water, we got lots of. Do you wanna? Would you be kind enough to grab that one of the jugs of water and bring it over? Yeah.
So
Where we can set it.
they take it. You guys got a
not
knife?
There, but it could sit on the ground.
Would you
Right?
like
It
one?
could sit on there. Yeah.
Knife is great. I just gotta find mine now.
It's hard to use. Yeah, up there is good. That's kind of our work table.
We're gonna have to move.
Yeah. Let's do that then while that's going on. So Trent and Jaden, I'll get you giving a hand. So these we're gonna move over there. Well, we're gonna clear this table off. Let's set the tools on top of that form ply for now.
Hey everybody, it's Michelle. I've been filming this whole time. I think we're going to end the live stream there. It's really hot and my phone keeps overheating. And there's just a lot going on in a hot place right now with all the forming. So tomorrow, I haven't decided if I'm going to live stream. I want to live stream. If you guys are loving this live stream, I will live stream. But I'm starting to wonder if perhaps filming it like we normally do for our channel and putting together videos that way might be better. So drop me a comment, let me know. Tomorrow we're going to be ramming. We're going to be mixing in the big mixer and ramming that wall. So yeah, I hope everybody's enjoyed the day, and make sure you send us a comment and let me know what you think. Okay, thanks for watching.